Canada. Welcome to you all from the Society. I'm Martin Millicott, the President of the Society at the moment. We've got a quite exciting day ahead of us, introducing you to the Society and its collections. The objective of today is to really encourage greater use of what I hope you will, by the end of the day, agree are some fantastic libraries and collections here. The Society of Antiquaries, and I've just been round people drinking coffee and asked how many people have been in here before. And many of you who I've spoken to know of the Society and have seen it as you walk past to go to the Royal Academy, but I think very few of you have actually been in and seen us from the inside. So it's worth saying a little bit about the Society, our history, and why we're here. And one might start by saying, what on earth is an antiquary? Because a discussion we had a couple of weeks ago amongst the officers and staff here illustrated the fact that this is perhaps a contentious subject. Rowie Sweet, who is going to be summing up the final discussion today, has written a lot about the antiquaries past, and I will stand corrected by Rowie, but for me, antiquarianism is an interest in the past, particularly through the lens of material, objects and so forth. But it is a concept that comes from the probably 16th century, Rowie, one that at the time was highly fashionable. It's gone out of fashion since, but if you rethink it in terms of multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary approaches to the past through material, I think that sums things up. So the Society itself is concerned with understanding the past and presenting the past in the present. We are an old established organisation. In our present form, the Society was founded in 1707, and for most of the first half of the 18th century down to the 1770s, someone sort of described it as a sort of pub culture. We met in a variety of inns, mostly along the Strand, coffee houses, with regular engagements of people who were interested in the material past and were collecting and looking at objects from that past. We became a more establishment organisation during the latter part of the 18th century and were granted premises in Somerset House. If you go into the galleries of the courthold in Somerset House today and look above the doors in the central part, you will see on one side over the door of the apartments of the Society of Antiquaries, and the other side the Royal Society, the two bastions of intellectual endeavour in that period. From our institutionalization, in the sense at that period, we have collected, and the collections form one of the great treasures, but the great unknown treasures, I think, of London and the UK in general. The collecting partly started by people bringing things along to meetings, and we'll touch on this, I think, in some of the presentations this afternoon, where a fellow would come along and say, I found this, do you know what it is? And it would be discussed and talked about, and then quite often held on to for illustration, because one of the 18th century trends was to produce pictures of these objects that were engraved and that engraving tradition is one that is central to antiquarianism at the time. And it looks to me, I stand corrected by our collections team, although quite a lot of the time people forgot to take things back or were constructively encouraged not to take things back. So they were absorbed into our collections. And from that and from great donations to the society, so our collections grew. The collections are important at the center of what we're doing because we are interested in material culture. And those collections are very wide-ranging, as our team will explain to you later. They include fantastic pictures. And if you look on the walls along here, some of our Tudor royal portrait paintings, the centerpiece, Queen Mary, is at the Metropolitan Museum, New York, on holiday at the moment, as a centerpiece of one of their displays. But these are largely the Kerridge collection, or parts of the Kerridge collection, which illustrate that history of collecting. An antiquarian in the 18th century going around largely stately homes and others in East Anglia, acquiring royal portraits that were not of much interest at the time. They'd gone out of fashion. They weren't relevant, forming this fantastic collection of royal portraits that were passed to the society on his death. It came to the society because there weren't things like the National Portrait Gallery, the National Gallery, the British Museum at that stage. We were the place that people gathered things. And the same is true with the history of our library. I myself, on a number of occasions, pulled 18th century books off the shelf upstairs to look at them, only to learn that they were acquired at the time they were printed because they were given by their authors to the library. So it's a very rich collection, both of objects and books, that reflects the practice of antiquarianism way back in its origins. The society then moves through a period of, to some extent, the doldrums, I think, in later 19th century, as other organizations crowd into the field, the establishment of county archaeological societies, the development of organizations like the Archaeological Institute and the Archaeological Association, which represent a change in social attitudes to the antiquarian past and a strong schismatic tendency amongst those practicing it. But the society survives, and into the 20th century becomes a very major focus for the promotion of particularly archaeological work, sponsoring large-scale excavations at places like Silchester and Wroxeter in the period before there were central funding for such research, and becomes dominated through the middle of the 20th century by archaeologists. One of the things I want to promote, although I am myself an archaeologist, is the fact that the Society of Antiquaries isn't an archaeological society, it is an antiquarian society. And that's represented by a number of strands in the interests that are represented in the society today. As well as art history and archaeology, we have a very strong strand of historical work that is increasingly, I think, significant in terms of the use of our archives and collections. And there are what I call minor strands, only in terms of the numbers of people involved, but things like the interest in seals, the interest in heraldry and so forth. And we have very large and unexplored collections relating to those types of material. So the society today is made up of an elected fellowship of about 3,000 fellows. Those fellows cover a wide spectrum, academics through to museum practitioners, people who work in the heritage sector, but people who are all passionately interested in the material culture of the past. And we continue the tradition of meeting regularly on Thursday evenings to hear academic papers, which present different aspects of the past. Last week, we had a talk on the significance of gin in the early 19th century and essentially a social history discussion. Last night, we had an online-only lecture on the connections between Southeast Asia and Madagascar and Eastern Africa, as represented by essentially the botanical evidence from archaeological excavations. Next week, we have a paper on early medieval England. We cover a wide spectrum, but what we are trying to do is to complement that work on the sort of cutting edge of academic research with a broader program of public communication. And we're doing that through presentation of public lectures and also our recently launched affiliate membership scheme, which is open to anyone who is interested in our topics to use our facilities and join our lectures and so forth. So part of our encouraging greater use of the Society's facilities involves trying to engage younger people who are themselves engaged on academic research. And to that end, one of my predecessors as president established the tradition of sometime in the autumn bringing together early career researchers, people who are doing PhDs or at postdoc level, to demystify the Society and to encourage greater use of our collections. What we're trying to do today is essentially to give this morning an introduction to the collections. I'll pass over to the Library and Collections team in a moment to do that, but also to highlight the types of research that can be done with the collections we've got. And we've got a good selection of different types of project that we'll be presenting this afternoon. But before we go into that program, I wonder whether it might be useful, as there are a comparatively small number of you here, to just go around and introduce yourselves to the rest of the room so that we can, everyone have an idea of where people have come from, what their subject area is. So a sort of 2-minute intro to the rest of the room. If we pass the mic round, we can just go round to see who. And what I mean by a 2-minute intro is I'm Martin Millett. I'm Emeritus Professor of Classical Archaeology at Cambridge. I work on the archaeology of the Roman Empire.
Hi, my name's Ian Robertson. I'm a maritime historian, a bit old to be a new researcher, I can see by the scandalized looks on your faces. I went to university for the first time 7 years ago and did my master's in maritime history. And much to my surprise, I'm now on my second book.
I would add that chronological age is not significant.
Hi, I'm Seb. I'm entering the 3rd year of my PhD. I'm between classics and art history in Cambridge, and I look at how Greece's landscapes are mediated in Victorian illustrated books.
Hi, I'm Thomas. I'm a postdoc in classics at Cambridge, and I work on Roman York.
Hi, oh, hello. Hi, I'm Bea. I'm a first year PhD at the University of Exeter, and I'm looking at the links between astronomy and Victorian visual culture.
Hi, I'm Guy. I work in collaboration with the Shakespeare Institute and Shakespeare Birthplace Trust on writing a cultural history of the way that the Shakespeare houses in Stratford have been curated and presented through time.
Hi, I'm Helena. I'm in my second year of a PhD at Oxford in collaboration with British Library, and I'm looking at early modern British historiography and, amongst other things, the first Society of Antiquaries.
Hi, I'm Genevieve, and I will hand in my PhD thesis at the University of Cambridge next month. I work on Old French and Old Occitan epic, and I've started with Jennifer.
Hi, I'm Kat. I'm a third year PhD student in medieval French at the University of Cambridge, and I work on comic book studies, fandom studies, and medieval literatures.
Hi, my name is Eleri Lynn, and I'm a curator and author of Tudor textiles and fashion, particularly concentrating on elite dress at the Royal Court. I'm also head of exhibitions for National Museums of Wales and a trustee of the Royal School of Needlework. I'll be speaking a bit later on. Thank you.
I'm Rose Sweet. I'm chairing the discussion this afternoon. I'm a professor of urban history at the University of Leicester, but I also work on antiquaries and antiquarianism.
Hello, I'm Janice. I feel like an interloper. I'm just finishing my master's in decorative arts and historic interiors, but my area is late 17th, early 18th century architecture.
Hello, my name is Sarah, and I'm interested in learning a little bit more about how to use the wonderful collection, as I'm very interested in how people lived in the past and how they spent their time. And I've got an idea for a book of how to sort of implement that into sort of practical ways of modern day living.
Hello, my name's Daryl. I'm actually I'm a tattooist, actually. I'm a tattoo artist. I've owned the oldest tattoo studio in central London for over 20 years. I've just set up a new place, and I'm just looking to put together a book, researching for a book on tattooing and the history of tattooing within London.
Hi, I'm Imi. I'm a bit different to everyone because I work as the collection inventory assistant at the Museum of the Order of St. John. My background is did my degree in archaeology and ancient history, but at the moment we just got 60,000 objects, 900-year history, and trying to find out what we actually have because we don't really know. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Beth. I'm a third year PhD student at Bristol, and I'm a historian. I'm looking at the history of Oliver Cromwell's wife and children and kind of what their role in protectorate political culture is.
Thanks. That gives us a really good spread. I'm glad to see that we're getting a range of different topics that fit into the broad antiquarian area and reasonable coverage, although we seem to have rather too many people from Cambridge here as usual. What we want to do is to make this as interactive and to meet your needs as possible today. So I'm going to hand over to the team in a moment. The way that we're going to work is we'll have the presentations on the collections, what we've got and how they're organized, how you can access them, followed by a tour where we will see some of the fantastic material that the Society owns. But please, do join in. If you've got questions and so on, make it clear that you want to ask a question. We're online and we're recording, so we need to pass a mic to you, but we've got a couple of mics. And if we can generate some conversations and discussions, that will make the day worthwhile for everyone. So thank you very much indeed for coming, and I'll hand over to Dunia.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin. As Martin has mentioned, over the next 15 minutes, I will give you a brief overview of the wonderful collections of the Society. Before I start, in case you're wondering, the image on this slide is actually an engraving of the Rosetta Stone. Engravings of the stone were made and disseminated across Britain, Ireland, and continental Europe by the Society. You may be surprised by this because the stone, of course, famously lives in the British Museum, but when it arrived in England in 1802, although by then the British Museum had been established, as Martin mentioned, the Society was still the natural place that antiquities gravitated to. So it came here first, and this is where it was studied and plaster casts were made. Now, the reason I chose this image is because I think it illustrates perfectly the role the Society has played and continues to play in promoting understanding of the material past. Now, Martin has covered a lot of this already, but I thought before we jump into the collections, I should just give a little bit of background about the Society. I won't dwell too much on this because, as I say, Martin has covered it, but as already mentioned, the Society was founded in 1707, and our mission is the encouragement, advancement, and furtherance of the study and knowledge of the antiquities and history of this and other countries. As Martin has said, we were pretty nomadic to begin with, but after moving around various premises and spending almost 100 years at Somerset House, in 1874, the Society moved here to New Burlington House. Today, we have over 3,000 elected fellows, and we are completely self-funded and a registered charity. We support conservation and research through our grants program, which awards around £250,000 a year to researchers. Our grants manager asked me to mention this especially and to point out that information about grants is available on our website. So do make sure that you check it out. Also, we have an active publishing program producing both academic and general monographs, as well as the Antiquaries Journal. And our publications manager is in today. We're hoping to bump into him at some point, maybe during the tour, and he'll be able to tell you a little bit more about his area of work. We engage in the formulation of public policy on the care of our historic environment and cultural property, and we have a busy events program. Today is a perfect example of that. So we have our fellows meetings every week during the season. We have public lectures, conferences, seminars, workshops, open days, book launches, exhibitions. So we're a very busy society. And we also provide a venue for over 60 smaller groups and societies who don't have their own physical premises. So they hire our rooms to hold their meetings and events. Finally, and most importantly for me, we support research through access to our library, our archive, and our museum collections. And this is what we're going to tell you about today. So this is an image of our beautiful library, which is the largest antiquarian library in the country. So what do we have in this fantastic library? Well, we have over 130,000 volumes. The subject coverage is very broad, but the collection is strongest in British and European archaeology, architectural history, art history, the decorative arts, especially from the medieval period, the historic environment, and British local history. The dates of publication and production range from the 15th century to the present day, so we're still actively collecting books. We have almost 8,000 early printed books, which include 50 incunables, such as this edition of Dante's Divine Comedy, printed in Venice in 1491. As well as monographs, we have around 3,000 print journal titles, and about 4,000 of those are active subscriptions. Our collection of county historical and archaeological publications is one of the most comprehensive in the country, as is our collection of foreign journals, thanks to our busy exchange program with some 250 European organizations. So as well as modern material and early printed books, we've got other special collections, which include 2,000 proclamations dating from 1464 to the mid-19th century. And this is an example, which is the proclamation printed on the 10th of July, 1553, announcing the 15-year-old Lady Jane Grey as the new Queen of England. As well as the proclamations, we have around 1,000 broadsides. This is a fantastic collection, including this example here, which is one printed in the 17th century, and it shows Londoners fleeing the city to escape the plague. So it's quite topical. We have around 18 to 20,000 tracts or pamphlets. Some of those are modern, most of those are modern, I should say, but around 1,400 of those were printed around the time of the Civil War. But that collection also includes some early examples, like this one printed in 1627, warning of the dangers of an attempt by the Pope in Rome to seduce the subjects of King Charles I. So that's our library, but of course we also have an extensive archive. And the archive comprises not only the Society's institutional records, but also the archives of individuals and other organizations that have been deposited with us, and almost 600 manuscripts, such as this one, which is one of our 3 copies of the Magna Carta. The paper archives generated by the Society alone measure more than 120 linear meters and date from 1718 onwards. So not quite from our foundation, but pretty much from the very beginning of the Society's formal establishment. They contain a variety of information, so membership records, accounts of specific activities related to the Society's purposes, and also administrative records, such as the minutes of ordinary weekly meetings of fellows, where, as Martin has mentioned, artifacts were examined and discoveries and research were shared. The earlier examples, again, as Martin has already said, such as this one, were often illustrated, depicting finds, depicting objects that were brought to the Society. The deposited archives include the records of organizations such as the British Archaeological Association and the Congress of Archaeological Societies. We also hold a number of personal archives, mainly former fellows of the Society. And this is an example. The beautiful lady in the photograph is Beatrice Dicardi, FSA. She was a British archaeologist specializing in the study of the Persian Gulf and the Baluchistan region of Pakistan. As well as being a fellow of the Society, she was president of the British Foundation for the Study of Arabia and secretary for the Council of the British Archaeology. She also did some amazing work helping to organize our collections, by the way. The archives include the manuscripts. So we have a small but important collection of almost 600 manuscripts. We used to have more. We used to have over 1,000. We haven't lost them. We've just reclassified about 400 of those as archives because they really are archives rather than manuscripts. So if you happen to see the printed catalogue of manuscripts and see that it includes over 1,000 entries, and now we claim to only have 600. That's why. The manuscripts have items ranging in date from the 10th to the 20th centuries. They relate especially to antiquities, British history and heraldry. And as I've mentioned, items include our 3 copies of the Magna Carta, a copy of the Domesday Book for Winchester, and this particular one, which is an illuminated book of Psalms owned by Robert de Lindsay. He was a Benedictine abbot of Peterborough from 1214 to 1222. So this is a Lindsay Psalter. We have 4 collections of book plates, and these are mainly armorial. In total, they add up to more than 45,000 examples. So it's a very extensive collection, including this wonderful one from the Crouch Hall collection of Sir Francis Carruthers Gould in full armor and sat on top of a black cat wearing a cape. I just couldn't resist this one. With the invention of photography, the Society began to move away from the practice of drawing finds, monuments, and sites to photographing them instead. We have thousands of photographic prints, some commissioned by the Society and others donated to us. Some have been published while others haven't even been identified. So we still have a lot of work to do to classify and catalogue our photographic collections, including this wonderful image of a very hands-off approach to excavation. As well as prints, photographic prints, we have over 20,000 glass slides, such as this one of Stonehenge on what looks like a rainy day in the late 19th century. Many of the slides would have been used to illustrate talks and lectures at the Society meetings, and quite a few were also published in the Society's journals. So we've looked at the library and we've looked at the archive, and now we come to the museum. The Society has an accredited museum collection here at Burlington House. We also have another one at Kelmscott Manor, but the museum here at Burlington House includes around 45,000 items. There are different categories of items in the museum collections. The first one are the archaeological artifacts. So we have things like prehistoric and Romano-British stone, flint and metal tools and weapons, like this hand axe found in Suffolk, which we believe was made around 400,000 BC. There's also a collection of Bronze Age swords, daggers, axes, and spearheads found around the Thames, particularly near Kingston. We have Egyptian amulets, beads, figurines, scarabs, and other pieces of jewelry, Roman and Etruscan tools and weapons, mosaic tiles, stone tablets, coins, or ornaments and pottery, and Anglo-Saxon burial urns with grave goods still inside them, and Viking jewelry. The next category of objects are the historical artifacts, and they cover a wide span of periods and contain a range of objects and material types, including a lock of Edward IV's hair. The metalwork collection contains horse trappings, cauldrons, cannonballs, pilgrim badges, knives, weapons, including a sword thought to have belonged to Oliver Cromwell, whose name appears on the blade. It also includes monumental brasses and a processional cross thought to have been present at the Battle of Bosworth. The cross is actually on display in the entrance hall, so we can, if you haven't noticed it already, we can have a look at it when we go on our tour. The collection of ceramic and glass vessels includes a pilgrim flask, glass beakers decorated with the arms of the states of the Holy Roman Empire, and tiles from the Alhambra. Our sculptures and architectural decoration include pieces of architectural stonework, stained glass, and 5 English alabaster tablets. We have a small collection of textiles, which includes an 18th century plaster cast of a section of the Bayeux tapestry. Our religious artifacts include this particular one, which is a 12th century copper and enamel casket, one of at least 40 which were made to distribute the relics of St. Thomas Becket across Europe. Finally, we also have a small the significant collection of 8 clocks, including the one above the doorway there. Our collection of seal impressions, casts, matrices, and medals consists of some 10,000 examples, so it's a very significant collection. 2/3 of the seals are English, and our holdings are particularly strong in royal seals, such as these of Queen Elizabeth I. The Society also has one of the most comprehensive collections in existence of rubbings of British monumental brasses and incised slabs. They represent all brasses known in 1926, and overall the collection comprises some 13,000 examples. It's one of the largest in the country. There are also some continental brasses and a collection of rubbings of palimpsest brasses, which I'm told are the backs of monumental brasses. Our collection of prints and drawings contains up to 25,000 items. They date mostly from the 18th and 19th century, and they are one of the largest collections on British topography and antiquities in the country. Now, this is a fairly recent discovery. Up until 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, we didn't really know we had these. But we now estimate we have around 3,000 printing blocks, which were used to illustrate the Society's early publications and possibly others. We believe that they date from the 18th to the 19th century, but we have to do a bit of research on that. The blocks depict antiquities of an astonishing variety, including Bronze Age brooches, broadside illustrations, medieval and Renaissance architecture, monumental brasses, ancient burials, signatures, bells, seals, and crests. You name it, it's there. It is very rare for a collection like this to survive, as most wooden printing blocks were burned after use. But luckily for us, the Society kept them so well that we didn't know we had them until we found them by chance. Finally, we have just over 80 paintings. The majority are portraits, including a significant group of 16th century works, like this one of Mary Tudor, painted in 1554 by the Flemish artist Hans Ewer. The rest are a combination of religious paintings and landscapes. So I've briefly mentioned Kelmscott before. It's worth pointing out that the Society also owns Kelmscott Manor, the former summer residence of William Morris. The collection housed there, which is also accredited, contains around 600 objects. They represent the applied and decorative arts produced or collected by William Morris, his wife Jane, and their daughter May, as well as Dante Gabriel Rossetti, who lived there with the Morris family for some time. The collection also relates to the pre-Morris occupancy of the manor. The manor is a visitor attraction, and it reopened this spring after a major refurbishment project. And if you haven't visited already, I strongly recommend that you do. It is a fantastic site. The Kelmscott Manor archive is not extensive, but it does contain some fascinating items. Aside from some legal documents, there are many family papers and mementos, such as correspondence, postcards, photographs, and diaries. The picture here is from one of May Morris's travel diaries. She traveled to Iceland and she kept a record. And as you can see, she did some beautiful illustrations in the diaries as well. By the way, we are hoping to publish the diaries in the not too distant future. The library at Kelmscott Manor contains around 1,000 books. Some of them were purchased by William Morris, and among these there are several early herbals. Others are books printed by William Morris at his Kelmscott Press, like this stunning edition of Chaucer's works, illustrated by Edward Burne-Jones. Many of the books are inscribed by Morris. The object collection at Kelmscott includes paintings such as this one, the famous blue silk dress, a portrait of Jane Morris by Rossetti, but there is also furniture, textiles, ceramics, woodwork, drawings, designs, and metalwork. Now, having seen the wonderful array of treasures that we hold, you may be wondering, how can I find out more about them? Where do I search for them? There are various places where you can find out more about our collections. One of them is Collections Highlights. So if you go to our website and you open the menu under Collections and go down to Collection Highlights, you will then see that we have provided images and a lot of information about a selection of the treasures in our collections, both at Burlington House and Kelmscott Manor. But of course, we also have a library catalogue, which our librarian will demonstrate shortly. And we have Collections Online, a platform where you can search across all of our collections, which we will also demonstrate in a little while. Sadly, we haven't yet catalogued or digitized all of our collections, so it's very much a work in progress, but we are making great progress. So my colleagues and I will tell you more about each collection in turn in a moment, and also the extent of cataloguing of each part of our collections. And we will also show you how to search for records. So this is the most important question of all, access. Having seen these collections, you may also be wondering whether they are only accessible to fellows. And the question is, no, of course not. Yes, fellows can borrow more books than anyone else, and they can access our electronic resources remotely. But we do also offer different levels of access for other users. So this year, for example, we launched a new affiliate membership scheme, and for the tiny sum of £5 a month, actually £2.50 for students, sorry, this is the sales pitch, affiliates can borrow books and they can even access the electronic resources on site. We are also part of SCONL, the Society of College, National and University Libraries, so staff and research students, and there are quite a few research students here today, from over 150 universities are able to borrow books from our library too, for free. So you don't even have to pay for that one if you're a research student from a SCONL institution. And you can access our e-resources on site as well. Now, if you're not a fellow, you're not an affiliate, and you're not a SCONL user, you can still use our library, our archive, and our museum collections for reference as an external researcher. Just email us to make an appointment. If you want to look at the library collections, you've got the email address there for the library. For the archives, please use the one for the archives, and for the museum, please email the museum address. We are open Monday to Friday from 10 to 5, and we're always delighted to welcome researchers. So please, please, please come and use our collections. These are treasures that deserve to be explored, studied, and enjoyed. Thank you very much. I leave you with this image of a beautiful late Bronze Age shield from our collections. I couldn't resist it. Now, our librarian, Becky Lockhead, will tell you more about our library collections.
Great. Well, thanks, Sina, for that quite comprehensive introduction. And I do apologize that I might slightly be repeating some of what Dina has said and showing you some of the same images of the kind of key items from our library collection. But my name is Becky Lockhead and I'm the librarian. And my remit is really the kind of printed collections of the Society. And that includes both modern and antiquarian cataloguing of the collection. And I also manage our e-resource provision for fellows as well. So this presentation is going to focus on, as I say, the kind of the printed side of the library collection and showcase you some of our kind of special collections and special items. So we've already seen pictures of our lovely library. So those of you here today will get to have a tour and come and have a look. And this is what it looks like for those of you joining us online. And I hope that maybe in the future you might be able to come and visit us. As you can see, a lot of material is on the open shelves. Mostly kind of 18th century onwards material is available for affiliates and fellows to browse and pull off the shelves. So as Dina said, we have 130,000 printed items, all kind of squashed into this building. We have a couple of rooms off-site as well. But when you're kind of on your travels around the building today, you will see books absolutely everywhere. You'll see books in the corridors, you'll see books in people's offices. We are just very, very overstuffed with books. So it's a bit of a book lover's dream, really. And as Dina said also, they span from the beginnings of Western print in sort of 1460s, 5 centuries, right up to the present day. Go back. And yes, our collecting focus covers the material remains of the past in Britain, as you heard from Martin. It was really interesting to hear about all your special niche research topics, which is fantastic, because this collection is just as diverse, I think, as all of your specialist interests. So we've got archaeology, the study of antiquities, of course, historic monuments, local British history and heraldry, medieval decorative arts, architectural history, and we collect on the history of antiquarianism itself and of the key members who were involved in the society's history and the antiquarian networks of the day, particularly in the 18th century. And slightly less comprehensively, we also collect generally on the archaeology of Northern Europe and sort of other associated regions around. So it's quite a diverse collection. And I encourage those of you who are here today to have a look at our new library display, which our assistant librarian just put together yesterday. And that focuses on all things spooky and occult, because it's a sort of Halloween themed display. So that's just some kind of other interesting items from our collection. So as Dina also mentioned, cereals is quite a large part of what we collected and still collect. Going back to the 19th century, the Society had exchange agreements with European institutions on antiquities, and we would exchange periodicals for the kind of dissemination of knowledge. And this continues today. We've got particularly strong holdings from Germany. They have a huge kind of archaeology publishing output. And for lots of these foreign language periodicals, we are now the only UK copy holder. So it is quite a specialist collection. And I should say that you can search, our library catalogue is integrated into JISC Library Hub, which used to be called COPAC. And that's the sort of national UK library of all libraries, as it were. So you'll also find our records in Library Hub as well as in our own catalogue. But we're going to go back to the beginning, the histories of the library. The printed collection built up really right from the very beginnings of when the Society was sort of reborn in 1718. But we didn't have a permanent headquarters, as you've already heard. We've basically trawled around the pub, as all great ideas come from the pub, of course. But right from the outset, our director, John Talman, he instructed the Society to provide us a box to lay up the books in. So the first book purchased, I should say, was John Strype's 1720 edition of the Surveys of City and London and Westminster, which was presumably kept in this box. And over the centuries, as the fellowship expanded and our lodgings became a bit more permanent, the library did too, and fellows presented many copies of their books, and they left the Society very substantial bequests in their wills as well. So much of the collection will reflect the distinct interests of that particular collector. So that's why we've ended up with quite a diverse range of material, depending on what interested these early antiquaries, which was really pretty much everything and anything at that time. Yes, so we have, so here's just a selection of some of our printed book holdings. Includes a very broad array. So we have books on witchcraft. We see some of them on display today. We've got medical history, geometry, the natural world, astrology, astronomy, navigation and travel. We actually do have quite a large maritime collection as well, and maps. So I was pleased somebody's focused on that. So most of these are kind of 17th century, and we have a very nice copy of, this is Sir William Hamilton's book on the volcanoes in Sicilies, with these really beautiful hand-painted kind of illustrations throughout the volume. It's really, really beautiful, impressive book. And a few more examples here. So we've got more kind of about astronomy. We've got lots of travel books, 17th century and 18th century travels, travel guides and maps. This is Christopher Saxton's 1570s Atlas of England. It was really influential, and his maps kind of endured for about 100 years after, these beautiful maps of different English counties. So that's just kind of a little selection of our very large library. And I'll focus a bit more on some of the other specialist collections apart from the books themselves. So as Dunia mentioned, we have this very lovely collection of broadsides and proclamations, and most of these came to us from the philosopher Thomas Hollis in 1756. So these are just some of my favorites, and this one here on the top on my right, you might notice this is where that woodblock came from, that Dunia showed. So the woodblock was produced for the Society's catalogue of broadsides, which was was made by Robert Lemon in the Victorian period, and that's what those blocks were produced for, which are absolutely fantastic snippets of these wonderful broadsides. And these particular broadsides, these are Jacobean broadsides, which are some of my favorites because you get these absolutely wonderful satirical kind of imagery with these woodcuts. And all of these here, these are all unique to our library, so we have the only copies of these ones. And I've also picked out the one from Sir Thomas Overbury, and if you have a look on our collection highlights, I've recently written a little blog about this. This was a really spectacular Jacobean scandal of its day. Sir Thomas Overbury was a courtier, and he was sent to the Tower of London by James I, where he mysteriously died. And it turned out he had been poisoned because he disapproved of an affair that one of his friends was having with a married countess. So they conspired to bump him off, basically, and it caused a massive scandal. And we have a whole series of broadsides that were produced 1615, 1617 about the scandal. They're basically kind of like the Netflix drama of the day, or the scandal and the intrigue, and they are just absolutely fascinating kind of window into contemporary culture. So if you're interested in printed ephemera, it's a really, really great collection for the study of that period. And the broadside start sort of Henry VIII, and they go up to about 1860. I should also mention, this is another very important one. This is our Virginia Company Lottery. The Virginia Company was set up in 1606 to establish the settlements in North America under James I. And this broadside advertises a public lottery in England to raise money for the settlers of Jamestown, who by all accounts were having an absolutely horrendous time, suffering from disease and starvation, all manner of other horrible things. And they include two images, which are apparently the earliest printed examples of Native Americans, which is interesting. And there are only 15 broadsides which survive from the Virginia Company, and 5 of those are contained within our library collection. So that's a very important collection. Dunia's already briefly shown you the proclamation of Lady Jane Grey. You might also recognize it from the TV. Helen Castor did a program on Tudor Queens, and she came and she filmed it as part of her documentary. Yes, Jane is known to history as the 9 Days Queen, as I'm sure many of you probably know, and she was deposed by Mary I. So this is a very rare surviving proclamation. And I'd just like to draw attention that these proclamations and broadsides are available on EBO, Early English Books Online. The images are not great, but they are up there, so they are searchable. Probably if you have a university subscription, we also have on-site access here. But I'd just like to draw your attention to EBBA, which is the English Broadside Ballad Archive. And this is a really fantastic free resource. It's being made by the University of California, and they are collecting all of the unique English broadside ballads from libraries worldwide. And we are one of the libraries that's included in this project. And you can see that they have really nice high quality images of all of the broadsides. You can see facsimile, you can see the text transcription, you can see the woodcuts. And they also have a team of early music specialists, which is great. So this is one of ours. It's called Godly Ditty to be Sung for Queen Elizabeth I, printed in 1586. And if you go on to the music bit, you can actually hear it being sung, which is wonderful. It really kind of brings these things to life. So if you're interested in early print culture and broadsides, then I definitely recommend having a good trawl through the EBBA. It's a lot of fun having a look through there. So yes, you've already seen Dunia mention some of our Civil War tracts. This is a bequest we received from a fellow in 1974, Anthony Lowther. And this bequest was very large. It contained about 400 printed books, mostly 17th century, and about 1,600 tracts from the Civil War period. So it's a very large collection, great for the study of Cromwell and the interregnum. So pleased we have somebody here who's focusing on that period. So all of these tracts were fully catalogued in a massive project, and they're all searchable on the library's online catalogue. So that's where you can find them there. So a really great resource for the study of the Commonwealth period and the Civil War. So we've already mentioned that we do have around 50 incunables, which is books printed before 1501. We have many of those, about half of them were bequeathed by a fellow called Arthur Ashbittle. He was a Victorian architect. And he actually left us a massive bequest. It's about 3,000 books. And it was one of the reasons we needed to move into Burlington House, is because we just did not have any space in Somerset House to store this massive bequest. Very impressive. And yeah, some of these include classical texts, so editions of Cicero and Ovid, medieval literature such as Boccaccio and Dante, Dean has mentioned. Many of the incunables are in Latin. We have a few in English and a few in German as well. And some of them have hand colouring and hand initials. And probably one of the most famous is one of my favourites, which is the Nuremberg Chronicle. And this is a world history published in Nuremberg in 1493, and it has 1,800 images from about 650 woodblocks. It's just an absolutely mammoth endeavor in printing. Very important book, and you can see this is just one of the huge cityscape woodblocks. So that's one of the kind of most important early printed books, which is a lot of fun to have a look through. So I'll move on to slightly later. So we have, as I mentioned, we've got lots of books on Stonehenge and antiquarianism. So we've got books on Stonehenge and Avebury by William Stukely, founder, and he's known as the father of field archaeology. So he went around, surveyed these sites, published books on them, and produced these beautiful kind of drawings and engravings. And you will see the portrait of Stukely on our travels around the building, and you'll see some of his ground plans of Avebury and Stonehenge as well. These collections, again, they're very important for both for evidence of the past itself, but also how the past was interpreted, and these debates were happening, and reassessed and changing approaches over time, and charting developments in fieldwork and observation. You can see this very kind of block version of Stonehenge at the top is quite different to how we might depict it today. Dina's already mentioned, we've already seen this lovely picture of the Rosetta Stone, and this comes from one of the Society's own publications. So here we have Archaeologia. This is one of the Society's kind of flagship journals, which began in 1770. And we also have these other plates come from Vetusta Monumenta, meaning ancient monuments, which began in 1718, right at the beginning, and carried on until 1906. Because obviously by that point, photography had really come into the fore, particularly aerial photography as well. But Vetusta Monumenta remains an extremely important publication. It's a series of illustrated antiquarian papers on a range of historical sites and objects, mostly in Britain, but there's some from other places as well. And it includes things like coins, seals, documents, buildings, wall paintings, mosaics and artifacts. And some of the earliest published research on the Rosetta Stone appeared in there in 1803, and made this remarkable discovery much more accessible to a broader audience. And I've also picked out a couple of the other ones I really like. So Vetusta Monumenta published the first complete colour reproduction of the Beyer Tapestry, which is what we see here. And the Society also has the hand-coloured engravings, which our draftsman made from the tapestry itself when he went to Beyer. And they're very interesting with the whole arrow in the eye debate, because these engravings and drawings were made before the restoration of the tapestry took place. So very interesting to compare the version as it is now as to the version as it was in the 1820s. Yes, so Vetusta, there's a fantastic free online resource for Vetusta Monumenta, produced by the University of Missouri, and they are focusing on the 1700 to 1800, and they've the whole thing has been digitized, and they've indexed every plate individually. So you can see the plate itself, and then there's really detailed scholarly commentary under every single plate with loads of great citations and further reading. So again, another really fantastic free resource you can look at for the study of kind of early antiquarianism, which is brilliant. And these just are other societies, other journals, Archaeologia, as I mentioned, the Antiquaries Journal, and the proceedings, and now our current one, Salon, which is entirely online, and again, free public newsletter that you can sign up to and hear about the Society's news. We also have the Society's own research reports, and the majority of those are now available on open access as well, so you'll be able to access those online. I'm going to make a slight detour here into prints and drawings before I show you our library catalogue, because it definitely deserves a mention, because it's a slightly tricky collection for various reasons. So we probably have about 22,000 prints and drawings, obviously quite a large collection. It's mostly topographical, some very important 18th century material, or material that came to us in the 18th century, I should say. There's definitely some 16th century prints and drawings as well. And two of the most important collections is the one from Edward Harley, Earl of Oxford, which was actually bought specifically for the Society from his auction. And I'm sure many of you will know Harley from the Harleyan collection of manuscripts in the British Library. This is the same Harley. He was a massive collector, and he also had these wonderful volumes of prints and drawings. And then we also have another collection from Henry Hare, Lord Coleraine, which came to us well, he died in 1749, but the collection came to us just after the Society received its royal charter, because before that point we weren't actually legally allowed to accept requests. But after we received our royal incorporation, we were able to accept it. So as you can see, these are mostly topographical works, all different kinds of buildings represented. You also have things like plans, maps, estates, all that kind of thing. So really great resource for topographical kind of history. And I'll just quickly mention that we have these wonderful objects in the Harleyan volumes as well. So this is the Warwick Kyborian. This is the drawing of it at the top. And this is what it looks like now. It's on display at the V&A. And unfortunately, it suffered really terrible damage in a fire in the 19th century. So our only record of what it really looked like before that point is this beautiful watercolor drawing from the Harley volume. And that's why these prints and drawings are so important about showing us things that either just don't exist or have been damaged. Again, we have this lovely drawing of some Viking armlets, which were found in Ireland, and those were actually melted down as bullion, quite tragically. So this is the only record of this 5-kilo hoard of Viking armbands. And again, some more prints and drawings from our collection. These ones are actually all searchable in collections online, which we'll be demonstrating shortly. But the bulk of the topographical ones are actually only searchable in a card catalogue on the in the main library itself, which is why I mention it. So if you're interested in prints and drawings, you can either come up and have a look at the library in person, but this is also why we're here. So you can send us inquiries about the prints and drawings collection if you're interested in the topographical side. So I'll just very quickly show you our library catalogue. This is what it looks like. So it's pretty kind of, pretty your normal sort of library catalogue, and you run your search. So I'm a printing nerd, so I'm going to search for the word. Let's fingers hope it's going to actually work. Technology, yes. I spot that one. So Winkenduward is early English printer. So you can see the results there. So you might be looking for a book on Winkenduward, which is fine because that's exactly what's come up. But you might also be looking to see which books we have, which were published by Winkenduward. So in that case, you might want to reorder your search from oldest to newest, because that will show you the earliest published material we have. And once that reloads, yes, you'll be able to see that we have some early printed books by Wynk and de Worde, 1502, 1503, 1599. And when you open up the catalogue record, you'll be able to see more information about the book. And you'll see in this particular book that it has many marginalias, many instances of marginalia, and all instance of the word Pope has been crossed out, and the mention of Thomas Becket. So sometimes if the books have been catalogued to this level of detail, then you might find some interesting provenance information, but it is something we're working on. I'm working on really is trying to get more provenance information into the catalogue for our early printed books, because many people are less interested in the book itself, but they want to know who owned it, what's in it, what's unique about it, does it have any interesting marginalia, does it have a book plate, and so on. So that's all the kind of information that we're kind of working on adding to the collection at the moment. So I will hand over to my colleague to talk about the next area of the collection. But as I say, if you have any questions about the library inquiries itself, you can contact the library. And if you'd like to know more about anything I've said in this presentation, you can contact me. And of course, I'll be around today doing some of the tours if you have any questions. Thank you very much.
So now we would normally have our archivist speaking about the archives, but sadly she couldn't be here today. But we do have a recording of her, so hopefully we'll be able to play that.
Hello, my name is Kat. I'm the archivist at the Society, and I'm responsible for our collections of archives and manuscripts, as well as some other collections like photographs, a collection of glass slides, and brass rubbings. The archives and manuscripts collections of the Society are made up of 3 parts. So first we have the collection that's the archives of the Society itself. So that includes minutes, correspondence, documents related to the fellows, and so on. Then there is the manuscript collection, which was mostly assembled by fellows of the Society. And then there are archival collections of individuals and organizations that were associated with the Society in some way and whose papers are now kept here. Our very earliest manuscripts are some 10th century fragments, and we also have a collection of very fine illuminated medieval manuscripts. Some of the highlights are the Lindsay Psalter from the 13th century and some books of hours from the 14th and 15th centuries. We also hold the Winton Domesday 12th century surveys of Winchester in its original binding and 3 copies of Magna Carta. The manuscript collection is also strong in areas such as heraldry, pedigrees, early historiography, documents from the royal household, and local collections such as deeds and appointments. For example, we have a jousting check from the Field of the Cloth of Gold, a wardrobe account book of Edward II, and accounts rolls for the Manor of Morden in Surrey. The archive of the Society itself dates back to its very foundation. We have a complete set of minute books from 1718 to the present day. And especially in the early days, the minutes are often very detailed, and they include drawings of objects that were shown at those meetings. Some of these objects are still in the collection of the Society, so we can trace their history, and other objects have been lost. So these are actually the only traces of their existence. Other documents in the Society's own papers include papers read at those meetings, correspondence, election papers of fellows from the mid-19th century onwards, and especially in the 20th century, internal documents of the Society, the funds it administered, and so on. And for example, here we have the Royal Charter and the Register of Members. Last but not least, we hold archival collections of antiquarians themselves. They tend to be related to specific projects or interests. So for example, we have Dorothy Charlesworth's papers on ancient glass, J.F. Turner's sketchbooks of ecclesiastical buildings, excavation books of Mortimer Wheeler and Catherine Richardson when they worked on hill forts in northern France, and many more. We also have a substantial collection relating to Worcestershire, which was assembled by Peter Prattenton in the 19th century. Many of these collections were created, collected, or donated by fellows of the Society, so a lot of the material is also very interconnected. Of course, we also have some manuscripts both by and about William Morris, including Morris's own calligraphic copy of the preface of Storri Sturluson. This one includes some marginal drawings by Philip Webb, amongst others. And now you're wondering, that all sounds great, but how can I find out what archives and manuscripts the Society actually has? And while much of our cataloguing work is still in progress, particularly where the Society's own archives are concerned, we are making available as much as possible on our online catalogue. The search is very straightforward, but you can also browse this list of all the collections in the archive to see what individuals and subjects are covered. And a list of manuscripts can be accessed in the same way. As well as cataloguing our collection, we are also beginning to digitize parts of it. You can access those digital images straight through the online catalogue. For example, the Black Book of Peterborough has been digitized. You can click on individual images, you can move through the pages, you can zoom in, you can flick through, you can even turn the images upside down. I mentioned at the beginning that I'm also responsible for a couple of other collections in addition to manuscripts and archives. We're only in the very early stages of making those accessible to really unlock their potential, but I will give you a brief overview. And there is our collection of photographs, which has images dating as far back as the 1840s. Some of them are very specific collections. So we have about 4,000 photos of English roof bosses in the cave collection, but there's also many more general images of excavation, historic buildings, and so on. We have about 20,000 glass lantern slides, many of sites such as Stonehenge and Old Sarum. We also have a very extensive collection of brass rubbings, about 13,000, both English and foreign. And this is a very valuable collection as many of these brasses no longer exist. Our rubbings date from as early as pre-1700. Finally, we have a collection of about 50,000 heraldic book plates. We are currently working on making all of these collections much more accessible than they have been, so do bear with us while this work is ongoing. But I hope you enjoyed seeing some of the highlights, and please do get in touch if there's anything you'd like to know.
Okay, so I think that video did demonstrate a little bit collections online, but just to point out a couple of other things. So this is what collections online looks like. And this is a portal where you can search across all of the collections. So for example, if I just do a very basic search for the word shield, you can see that we have 809 records for objects, 25 records for archives and manuscripts. And if I scroll down, you'll be able to see what those look like. So the object records mostly have images attached. The archives and manuscripts records, not always, whereas Kat mentioned, we are still very much in the process of cataloging and digitizing. And there's also a link to printed books. So if you want to, you can click on that and it will jump across to the library catalog and show you all of the relevant results within the library catalog. If we just go back to collections online. I won't demonstrate e-resources because you know, those are mainly searchable remotely or accessible remotely by fellows, but you can see them on site here. But it basically works in exactly the same way as clicking on the links for printed books. If we just go, oops, oh, well, this is good excuse to show you where you can find collections online. So again, in the collections tab, if you scroll down to search the collections, that's where it is. If you want to just go straight into the library.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Burlington House. We're delighted to be back here delivering our lecture program. And this is the first hybrid event
Let's try again, shall we? I'm very sorry about that. Right, so yes, collections online. So you can, if you want to go straight to the library catalogue, there is another link to it in our website, but you can go straight to it from collections online as well. As you can see, there's a link there. You can browse the archive as Kat demonstrated, and this is a really useful way of getting an overview of what we have. All of these collections that begin with a 3-letter code are those personal papers and also papers of other organizations. If you scroll all the way down to MSS, here we are. These are actually the records for our manuscripts. And you can see that within there are links to all of the different ones that we hold. So for example, the Black Book of Peterborough that she mentioned is number 60. So if you click on that one, and eventually something will happen. Okay, finally, here we are. So that's the record for the Black Book of Peterborough, which is one of the ones that we have digitized. We've got an initiative at the moment, Adopt a Manuscript, which is enabling us to digitize gradually our manuscripts. But if we go back to the browse list and you go down to SAL, this is where all of our institutional archives are gradually appearing. So at the moment, we've got 6 different categories of material, papers and correspondence, which are being catalogued by an army of volunteers that we're very grateful to. The minutes of the society, also papers to do with council, executive committee, and so on. If you click on any one of these, if we have a look at the minutes, for example, you will see that there are entries for different dates. And as I say, it's very much work in progress, but we can look at volume 1 and the very first formal meeting. And there you go. So you can see that that's been digitized as well. So we are gradually working through those too. You can also, as well as browsing, you can do an advanced search. And again, you can do an advanced search across all of the collections or specifically for objects, printed books, e-resources, or archives and manuscripts. If you happen to know the reference code for the manuscript that you're looking for. So let's try and hope that this works. You can just go straight into it. And there we go, the Black Book of Peterborough. So hopefully it's very sort of intuitive and user-friendly. Okay, so that's the archives. And I will now hand over to Kate Bagnall, who is our Museum Collections Manager, and she will tell you about our museum collection. Which one's mine?
Yes, okay, so I am the Museum Collections Manager here at the Society. So I'm responsible for the access, movement, storage, preservation and display of the circa 45,000 objects that we have living with us here at Burlington House. And the aim of me speaking to you today is, I'll be reiterating a bit of the information, kind of routing it into a more collections-based area. As you'll have already heard, the collection here at Burlington House is really incredibly diverse, and that is due to the fact that we were founded before any national museum collections were envisaged. And so in our early days, we were seen as the most suitable place to deposit artifacts and antiquities. Our early fellows, our early fellows were also really ahead of their time in offering a safe home to objects that were considered little more than valueless curiosities by other people. And that was namely objects associated with the history of Great Britain. And that's because at this time, even when British Museum and the National Gallery opened, the study and focus was still on the classical world. And our early members recognised that actually domestic antiquity was as important. And so with the above statement recorded here, the first minute of meeting with our founders set our course. As the fellowship expanded, so did the scope of our collecting. And as well as British archaeology, antiquities, historic monuments, and local British history, heraldry, the decorative arts, and architectural history, we do also hold a small amount of museum material relating to the archaeology of Western Europe, the Mediterranean, and Scandinavia. But to give you a better understanding of our collections as they stand today, I'm going to hop back in time again, just to look at some of the key dates and the figures in the context of collecting. So you've already heard that in 1718, the society was formally constituted. At that time, we were still really small. We only had 23 members. And the main focus in terms of collections was exhibiting. So our fellows would bring in objects of interest, prints, drawings, paintings, books, manuscripts, and these were exhibited for discussion and study at the society's meetings. And I think naturally from this, the kind of next step was to start, building a collection of our own. And one of the first acts, actually pre-1718, was to buy up 3 portraits. They were kind of our first. So we had a portrait of Henry VII, a portrait of his wife Elizabeth of York, and a portrait of Edward III. They were our first sort of purchases. The first president of the society, Peter Lenev, had also donated a Byzantine painting. And we were actually receiving some small kind of artifacts and manuscripts, but these were mainly sort of portable antiquities. You know, we were nomadic, so these had to be able to be packed up and brought with us wherever we went. And then after the formal constitution of 1718, that's when we started sort of recording and collecting our prints and drawings. And this was because Humphrey Wanley, one of our founders, thought it was incredibly important to record sites that might later be lost. So our fellows and artists commissioned by the society were going out and they were recording ancient fortifications, castles, churches, houses, tombs, inscriptions, and epitaphs. And these were kind of taken for record and also for publication. 1749, 1751, that's been mentioned a few times, but that's when the bequest of Lord Coleraine came to the society, or at least was offered. And then we had this issue where, because we weren't formally constituted, we couldn't take in something of that value. And that's what triggered us to try and go forward for our royal charter, so that we could take in these collections that were being offered to us that were hugely valuable culturally, but also, you know, monetarily. So 1751, we did get our royal charter under King George II, and that empowered the society to receive, purchase, take hold and enjoy antiquities. And that gave the institution sort of a permanency and a public identity, and our fellowship and our collections began to grow. So 2 years later, in 1753, the society was able to obtain a secure tenancy of the rooms at Chancery Lane. And that was kind of the first time that we had a safe place to house collections. And so with that security, the society sort of began collecting in earnest. We had a small collection of prints, drawings, books, manuscripts, and antiquities. And then the following year, we were able to receive Lord Coleraine's bequest. That same year, a portrait of Henry VII was donated, along with several others, to decorate the walls of the now larger meeting room. And the move to the semi-permanent location also allowed members at this time to really focus on sharing the collections, where you see the beginning of archaeologia. As you've already heard, we expanded quite quickly, both in staff, in members, and in collections. And in 1781, under the patronage of George III, we moved to Somerset House. And I think that kind of for the museum collection is where it really began, because during this time, many bequests and gifts were made to us, which became the founding collection. And that includes, I think it's been mentioned, the Kerridge bequest, which were our collection of paintings, many of which surround you today in this room. We also began purchasing around this time, now that we had the space to store the collections. And unfortunately got a bit carried away and ran out of space in Somerset House, which is then, you know, the opportunity came up for us to move to Burlington House in 1875, and that's where we are today. So our London home here is one of our 2 accredited museum sites. You've already heard about Kelmscott Manor in the Cotswolds, which has another 600 objects in their collection. And yeah, thanks to our fellows who've donated an astonishing variety of works, our museum collection at Burlington House spans from the prehistoric period right up until the 20th century, and contains antiquities of international importance, detailed records of lost buildings, and early royal portraits. You've heard about some of this already, but just to give you a better idea, we've got around 2,000 diverse prehistoric archaeological artifacts, Romano-British material, including pottery vessels, figurines, metal tools and weapons. We hold some Roman, Etruscan, Greek and Egyptian archaeology, including the Arthur Ashe collection, because he actually gave quite a lot to the museum as well. And that's mainly Italian and Athenian pottery. And then we've also got a large collection by A.W.G. Lothar of Egyptian amulets, beads, shabdi figures, jewellery and seals from the first late intermediate period. So you can kind of see as our collection expanded and our fellowship expanded, kind of those interests. We focus on Great Britain, but the interests kind of, vary. And then we've also got our later archaeological objects, including clay pipes, household items, keys and arms and armour. And quite a bit of that was actually found on the foreshore of the Thames, so it's quite nice that we're based in London here. You also might know about the Thames, the Shadwell forgeries, so Billy's and Charlie's. And they were a collection that were, well, distributed really widely by two mudlarkers called William Smith and Charles Eaton. And they'd actually started out genuinely finding, artifacts along the Thames, which they were then selling. But they realised that they could take advantage of them. They realised they could take advantage of the kind of rising interest in antique collecting and decided to try their hand at making forgeries. So they started producing sort of pilgrim tokens and badges out of lead or lead pewter and bathing them in acid so that they looked like they had been weathered by the waters of the Thames. The casts were really crude and that they were both illiterate actually. So the kind of the characters that appear on their objects, some of which you'll see upstairs when we go on the tour, they mean nothing. They're a jumble, but people fell for them, and they were collected, and they came to us. They came to lots of other established collectors. Eventually, it was found out that they were forgeries, but they've actually become really important in themselves and kind of really unique collections. Ooh. So you heard we've got our collection of 8 clocks, and you can hear that one ticking away there. All of the rest are located in Burlington House, and all of which are in working order. So, they're historical collections, but still used by us to time our meetings and welcome our fellows today. And we've got the 85 subject and portrait paintings, which you've heard a lot about, including our medieval and Tudor monarchs that are hanging here in the room. Really sadly, our early portrait of Richard III and our early portrait of Henry VII are off for analysis at the moment as part of a research project at the Hamilton Kerr. But those two represent the earliest known portraits of these two monarchs, so really important. And then, of course, we've got the 22,000 prints and drawings, 13,000 brass rubbings, 11,000 seals casts and matrices, and then the objects associated with William Morris. I've also gathered some objects, but you can tell we like the same objects. So I won't dwell on these because I know we're kind of running short of time. So we have our oil paintings, examples of our oil paintings here, and they fall into 4 main groups. So we've got royal portraiture, 2 of which you can see represented on the left there. Devotional works, which is the one on the right. Topographical works and portraits of antiquarians. The threads that connect them are their association with British or European history, and the majority of the portraits are probably more than 2/3 are by British artists or British subjects. So left to right, you've already met Mary. There's our Richard III, and then we have our devotional painting of the Dream of the Virgin, which was painted in the late 14th century, and that's actually on display at the National Gallery if you want to go and have a closer look. And then another example of our amazing prints and drawings. I think this is such a special collection because, as Becky has mentioned and Martin has mentioned, these record objects and sites of significance that have now been lost. And these are 2 really good examples. You'll probably recognise the drawing on the left there, engraving, I should say, and that's because it's a panorama. I think you will like this one with your history, your interest in particular history, because it shows the sinking of the Mary Rose, Henry VIII's flagship, during the Battle of Solent. And the original image appeared on in the form of a wall painting at Cowdray House, and it had been the former home of Anthony Browne, who was Master of the Horse to King Henry VIII, and he'd had the wall paintings commissioned. But when the society became aware that they still survived, the Sherwin brothers, who specialised in historic engravings, were commissioned to take a record of this and 4 other wall paintings. They were copied in watercolour in 1775, with detailed engravings produced soon after. And actually the interior of Cowdray House burnt down really soon after this, so it was the only record that remained. You know, it sat here with the society. And then similarly, on the right here, you've got a mural depicting the adoration of the Magi, and that's from the upper portion of the medieval chapel at St. Stephen's at the Palace of Westminster. And that chapel was reconstructed in the 1800s to create extra space for its members. And the building works decimated the wall paintings, and then the whole of the Palace of Westminster practically was destroyed by fire shortly after. And I've got the link there again to the Tuesday Monument. That is well worth of it, because there are some amazing digital images of our prints and drawings there. And then finally, you've seen a few of these before, but we've got our Bosworth cross, which is our medieval processional cross, which you'll be able to see in the hallway. And I think Dunia mentioned that this is likely to feature at the Battle of Bosworth. And we know this because it has emblems of the House of York on the reverse of the roundels. You'll see the way it's displayed. There's a mirror so that you can see both sides and you can take a look at that. In the centre, we've got our Thomas Becket casket. And on the right is the a full image of the Bronze Age shield that Dunia showed you. And this is a really beautiful one presented to the Society in 1791. And it had been found a year earlier with 4 or 5 other shields in a peat bog southeast of Ayrshire in Scotland. And the shields had been carefully deposited, regularly placed in a ring. And that kind of suggests a ceremonial purpose, ceremonial burial. The shield would have been made of 1 single sheet, hammered from 1 solid ingot, and it's just a really incredible example of the skill workmanship that was taking place around 1300 BCE. And so I will level with you. I've showed you those objects to try and kind of awe you and distract you so that I can kind of get this bad news past you without you noticing. So the diverse nature of the collections, plus the fact that we were semi-nomadic in our early days, means that kind of documentation, acquisition and registration info on the museum collection is really variable and really sparse. So sometimes we have drawings, photographs, research papers and in-depth record info for an artifact, and sometimes we have nothing at all. The majority of our records and finding aids are in hard copy format. And our new CMS system is fantastic, but the records we publish are only as good as the information we have, obviously. And we're working hard on this, but we're dealing with kind of, you know, big documentation gaps and then legacy data. Still, we're making good progress, and the research of our fellowship and external researchers feeds back into the records that we have. So please, please, please come in and research and then let us know what you find. And so I've just given you a sort of summary. A lot of it is in hard copy at the moment. Obviously, we have collections online that's progressing really well every single day. But just so that you're aware of what you can use if you're looking for something now. We've got the 1847 catalogue by Albert Way. And this was kind of the first attempt that anybody made to bring the collection together, like of 3D objects, I should say, in one place. And it kind of formed the foundation for all of our later cataloguing, so really, really important document. But he created the catalogue from our letters and correspondence and minutes, not from the objects themselves. So you do sometimes find that objects that never made it to the Society are recorded as being here, objects that were in the Society at one point but then went to different institutions, you know, are still recorded as being there, and some objects that actually weren't recorded in paperwork don't appear even though they're in our collection. And actually, I think one of our amazing members, Beatrice Tacardi, who Dunia mentioned earlier, she recognised this, but saw how important and good the Albert Way catalogue was. And so in 1988, or beginning of the 1980s, she went back through it. She actually numbered everything, gave the objects a number, and tried to fill in the gaps and kind of, you know, and re-coordinate the data so that it makes sense for us today. And then we've got the Jerome Bertram catalogue of brasses that's available in the library. And then, as I say, we've actually got all of our 3D objects in our CMS at the moment. So there are records for them, but we're just kind of working on photography, working on making sure the data is correct before we put it out there. But we'll be publishing all the time, so keep checking back in. In terms of paintings, actually, we're very lucky. All of these are in the CMS and they're available on collections online. So as Dunia showed you, if you run a search, you can run a general search on paintings and it will pull all of our paintings up. Or you can use the kind of advanced search to search by artist or date, etc. But there's a couple of references there to some really good printed material we have that you might want to also check for kind of extra curatorial input. And then, as Becky has already said, we've got our prints and drawings and our seal collection, and they both rely on card catalogues at the moment. You'll have seen some of the images in the CMS, so you can go and take a look there, but there's not enough data in the front end for it to be particularly useful yet. We need to transcribe those card indexes. So do go and take a look at the collections online to get an idea of the seal collection. But then if you're able to come into the building, at the moment, that's probably the best way. Take a look at the card catalogue. But we will be working on it. So, there'll be remote access soon. For people who are into seals, they're organised in the same way as the Birch catalogue, which is kind of the standardised, cataloguing system for seals. And we do have copies of the Birch catalogue in the library, and somebody very helpfully has gone through and marked those which are in the museum collection. So that can be also very useful. So yeah, I think that's kind of it from me. It's just to say that we are working on making everything accessible. I hope that one day you can go to the collections online and that will be your resource. But I hope this has been helpful. I can send copies through to anybody who might need them. And in the meantime, if you have any research inquiries and want to come and look at the museum, collection, please drop me an email at the email address there. Thank you.
Good. So, not speaking to the microphone, but just to thank the team. Not only have I think they shown you the really extraordinary collections we've got here, but also demonstrated that these aren't passive collections. There is an immense amount of really exciting work going on at the moment to make those more available to you. I think we're now going to organise a tour, so I'll hand back to Dunia to arrange that. And for those of you who are online, we will be resuming at 1:30, 2 o'clock. Okay. The format for this afternoon is that we have invited a group of people who have been doing research projects that are linked in different ways to our collections to do presentations that will, I hope, illustrate the potential of our material in our collections, as well as being inherently interesting in their own right. And we've got a spectrum of these. We start off with Sophie, who's here from the Duchy of Lancaster project. She's on a visiting fellowship for All Souls at the moment, but in real life, so to speak, is from the history department at the University of Lancaster. This is a project that has had some funding from the society and I think illustrates in many ways the sorts of potential collaborations to deal with. So over to you, Sophie. Okay, just give us a couple of minutes to connect. Quite a game in hybrid presentations. We're getting there. People in the room may not be aware, but there are probably another 30 people around the country joining in. So gives us an opportunity to integrate a much larger audience and travel around. We're okay, thanks. Welcome back, everyone. The next presentation comes from Amara and Amandeep, who are talking about a project that has connections with our archives, AHRC funded project Beyond Notability. So I'll hand over to Amara.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to start us off and then Amandeep will pick up. So as Martin said, Amandeep and I are representing a team, small team of people who are working on a 3-year AHRC funded project, partnering with the Society of Antiquaries. The team is composed of Amandeep and I and principal investigator Catherine Harlow, who's the director of the Institute of Classical Studies, and also another co-investigator, James Baker, who's the director of digital humanities at Southampton. You can find out a bit more about the project sort of organizationally on our website, which is given to you here. And you can also connect to the database that I'll be talking a little bit more about from the website. The aims of the project really are to start by taking the Society of Antiquaries archive and associated collections, including the Royal Archaeological Institute's archive, which is held here, and the archive of the Congress of Archaeological Societies. And all 3 of those archives overlap chronologically, and some of the people who are featured in those archives are sort of members of or associated with each of those societies. So there's a lot of overlapping networks here. On an organizational level, various people, mostly men, I'll have to say, were on the organizing committees, councils, executive committees of all 3 of those organizations. So it's important to see these records as representing overlapping networks, both professional networks and also personal networks. So there's a lot of families involved. Right. So this is my handy diagram representing these overlapping things. Most of you will know something, I think, about the Society of Antiquaries and the Royal Archaeological Institute. The Congress of Archaeological Societies may not be quite as familiar because it doesn't exist anymore. I certainly wasn't familiar with it until I started this project. But essentially it was an umbrella organization formed in the late 19th century in unison with the Society of Antiquaries, which is why the archive is here. When it connected local, regional, and national archaeological societies, natural history societies, field clubs, et cetera, et cetera. The applicants had to apply, or the societies had to apply to be part of the Congress. And their applications had to be approved, at least initially in the beginning, started in the late 1880s, by the Society of Antiquaries Council. And in fact, as we were going through the archives of the Society of Antiquaries, I came across a reference to the Toynbee Archaeological Society, or Antiquarian Society, sorry, who was rejected by the council for being not important enough. I don't know anything else about the Toynbee Antiquarian Society, but it shows that the society was exercising some judgment about the societies that were applying to be part of this Congress. Subscriptions from approved societies were then used to support the Congress's various projects, which included publishing of indexes of annual archaeological papers, which were published and circulated to the subscribing societies. And in fact, in many of the digitized journals of the subscribing societies, you'll find the indexes bound into the journals at the back, which is very handy for us. So those annual indexes were produced between 1891 and 1907, and a further volume was produced which covered papers published before 1890 all the way back to the 17th century. So one of the first things we did when we were approaching this project was to go through the annual indexes and the volume and pick out all the names of women. And we have an Excel spreadsheet which has all of these women listed in it, which you can find from our website. And we have integrated those women into our database, and they will come up frequently in the Congress of Archaeological Society's own publications and the Society of Antiquaries and Royal Archaeological Institute archives. So it's quite handy joining data sets. The Congress's annual meetings were also places where matters of relevance to what would now be considered the heritage sector were discussed, and women were sent as representatives of societies to those Congress meetings from time to time. It also had committees working on different projects. So there was one on transcription of registers, and there was another on earthworks. That's just to give you a bit of context on the society. And it also had local secretaries who were sort of gathering information on a local basis and then sending it into the society. And there were women who were acting as local secretaries as well. Eventually, a research committee was also started sort of later on in the Congress's life. And then it was eventually joined with our Earthworks Committee. So it becomes the Earthworks and Research Committee by the 1930s. And it ceased to exist as an organization during World War II, and the Congress, the Council of British Archaeology kind of took over, was founded at that time and took over from part of the Congress's remit. But I have to say that the Congress covered a much wider sort of disciplinary zone than the Council of British Archaeology, which does what it says on the tin. So what does our day-to-day engagement with the Society of Antiquaries archives look like? It starts by identifying the key record sets to go through. So this just gives you an idea of the kinds of materials that are held in these three different collections. Most of it is minute books. Some of it is loose correspondence, and then there's ephemera and so on. These are the main archives which we are looking at the moment, and then we'll branch out to other sort of associated archives a bit later. So we go through the records, we're going through them volume by volume. We're photographing any pages mentioning women and recording details. Much like the spreadsheet, Excel spreadsheet that we saw in the last presentation, we have another Excel spreadsheet in which we are recording these things. And so we'll make note of the reference of the volume and the date and what kind of document it is, like a meeting minute or whatever. This is just an example I pulled out. It's a minute, I guess, from one of the Society's council meeting minutes in which it records a woman called Marie Brown asking the Society for help towards an exhibition of antiquities that she was hoping to put together in association with something called the American Exhibition, about which I knew nothing, but we will come on to that. And the director informed her that they didn't have anything that would help her out. I've actually just recently come across her turning up in the Royal Archaeological Institute archive asking the same question. So she was obviously going around to every society that she felt would be able to help her and asking them for help. And I think the Royal Archaeological Institute had a similar answer for her. However, what we've done with this record is that we put it in, it's a bit hard to see from the top, but we put it in as a correspondence. So this is a screenshot from one of our entry on her. And it says corresponds with, which is a property that we're using. So we're putting this all into a big database, which is live. We're editing it. You can look at it now. We're editing it constantly. I was editing her entry this morning. And each of these entries is assembled with a series of statements, which are done in linked open data. That's another key element of the project. So linked open data works on a principle of triples. So you have a subject, a sort of action, and an object. And so in this case, our subject is Marie Brown. The action is that she's corresponding with and then the subject is the Society of Antiquaries, the object rather. So that's what it says at the top, corresponds with Society of Antiquaries of London. And then we can qualify that statement by saying this happens at a particular time. And at the moment, we're just putting most of the detail into notes because we're still working out how we can make some of the detail, the granular details into statements that will work for linked open data. So, you know, this is a work in progress. And then we try and enhance the database. So from the name Miss Marie Brown, I discovered that she subsequently was married to an Englishman called John Shipley, so her name changes, which is important for women. And she did actually organize an exhibition, which is part of this big American exhibition in 1887. And that was written up in the newspapers. And so doing associated research to kind of flesh out these women's professional lives involves a number of different source materials. Luckily, she is operating in the 19th century, which is much better represented in digital terms than later on in the 20th century. So the American exhibition in London, I'm pretty sure was the exhibition that Wild Bill, Cody, and co were involved in. I'm pretty sure. So ultimately, we will be using the data we gather on these many women. I think Amandeep's going to touch on how many we have at the moment. We're going to use that to analyze some macro level trends, but you can see quite detailed pictures of these women's work in archaeology, history, and heritage, and also other fields, because we're trying to be as representative as we can at the moment. But this is a work in progress, so we are still trying to flesh out a lot of details, and a lot of the names that are coming through the Society of Antiquaries, we probably won't be able to say very much more about than what is in the archive, because we don't have enough associated material. Because if someone is called Miss Smith, and Miss Smith is appearing at the Society with some Roman pottery to show, and there's nothing else we can say about Miss Smith, it's going to be really difficult to figure out anything else about Miss Smith. So we can say that there is a Miss Smith who appears on this day and does something that has something to do with archaeology, history, and heritage. But beyond that, we might not be able to say much more. So just to sum up, our database is openly accessible, as I said. We always add to it, so do keep checking back with us. You can search in the search box by whatever name you like, and you'll see what comes up. I have postcards that I can hand you with our logo and our website on it if you like, so come and find me if you want one. And I'm going to hand you over to Amandeep, who will take you through another record set in the Society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amara. So now I'm going to explore one set of documents we've added to our database from the SAL archives, the blue papers. Oh, okay. Blue papers. So when someone wishes to become a fellow of the Society, they need to be proposed by an existing fellow.
through the submission of a blue paper, which looks like this. And this process hasn't changed since our period of study. For this project, we've been adding all of the information that's supplied on each blue paper to our database. To give an example of the type of information we collect, we can look at this one for Marjorie Venables Taylor. As you can see from the arrows, we've recorded their name, profession and occupation, qualification, address, the date of proposal, and the signatures of each supporting fellow. In addition, we have the date on which the paper was read and the date on which the ballot was taken, resulting in the lady either being elected or not elected as a fellow of the society. The candidate did not fill out the blue paper themselves, and hence it's been important to remember that the information included in each blue paper was what was deemed relevant by the proposer. This can often be just a snapshot of the work that the candidate was undertaking at that particular point in time, and not a record of all of their previous contributions to the fields of archaeology, art, or history. So now I'm going to go through and discuss a few examples of the women in our database who were proposed to the Society between 1920 and 1945. Rose Graham. Rose Graham was proposed to the Society in 1920, and she's one of the first women to be elected to the Society. In 1919, the Sex Disqualification was passed in Parliament, and this prompted the Society to begin the process of electing women 1 year later in 1920. We found evidence in the archives to suggest that Rose Graham was an active researcher for many years before she was proposed to the Society, and this has been represented in our database. One of the earliest examples that we have of her speaking publicly about her work was in 1900, when she's presenting a paper at her old school, Notting Hill High School, entitled A Forgotten English Saint. Now, Notting Hill High School is one of the places that kept very good records of their pupils, both whilst they were at school and after they left. And this has given us a unique insight into what the girls who went there did when they left the school. And this is something that we don't actually have for any other schools at the time. Her work and contributions were recognised in 1920 when she was selected by the Council of the Society themselves to be proposed as a fellow. We found evidence in the SAL archives that there were other women who would have also been recognised by the Society at this time and invited to become fellows, but who would have turned that invitation down. And that's something that we didn't actually know previously. So Rose Graham is an example of one of the women who accepted that invitation. Once she was proposed, she was supported by an existing fellow and then elected as a fellow of the Society in her own right. As the Society till then had been comprised of male members, all of the signatures on her blue paper were those of men. And this differs from the women proposed later, who I will discuss soon. Rose Graham was also elected to the Council of the Society in 1926. We have found evidence that she was an active participant in council meetings and regularly participated in meetings of both the Society of Antiquaries as well as those of the Royal Archaeological Institute. Now, Rose Graham was 45 years old when she was elected as a fellow. The University of Oxford, in the same vein as the Society of Antiquaries, began to award women their degrees after the Sex Disqualification Act of 1919. And so despite completing her degree work much, much earlier, she was awarded her degree in 1920. She then went on to gain her doctorate as a Doctor of Letters in 1929 from the University of Oxford, and she continued to excel, becoming the first female president of the British Archaeological Association in 1945 at the age of 70, proving that there really was no end date to her career, despite the fact that she was a woman working in the early 20th century. Now, sadly, not all of the women that we've come across in the blue papers were elected to the Society as a fellow after being proposed. And one example we have of this is Catherine Ada Esdale. Catherine was proposed in 1930, 10 years after the Society had begun to accept women fellows. Now, unlike our previous example of Rose Graham, who was proposed by the Council of the Society, Catherine was proposed by one of her peers, Mortimer Wheeler. Thus, we can see at this point that there was no special process that was required for women to be elected to become a fellow. They were elected, proposed and elected in an ordinary way. Catherine was 49 years old when she was proposed for election and had already published widely in journals such as the Classical Review, and alongside giving papers at the Royal Numismatic Society and the Walpole Society. Catherine's husband, Arundel Easdale, was a fellow of the Society and also the Secretary of the British Museum. Catherine's mother, Ada Benson, was the well-known headmistress, and her father was the Secretary of the Girls' Day School Trust. So we can see that Catherine grew up in a family where girls' education really was a priority. And we're starting to map the family networks and parental support that was key to many women's success in the fields of archaeology, history, and heritage. Together with this, we're also considering what was their relationship with the work that they were pursuing. Was it necessary for them to support themselves, or were they financially secure and supported in some other way? At this time, we can see the emergence of networks of places that supported women. For example, the Girls' Day School Trust. And interestingly, the Girls' Day School Trust is still around today, and I found out that my school, my old school, is still a member. And so in the previous example, we found out that Rose Graham went to Notting Hill High School, and so in fact did Catherine Easdale at the same time. And so Catherine and Rose may well have actually known one another. Thus, both within the Society and beyond, there's an ongoing development of a network of women who supported one another. And so perhaps we can begin to think of there as being a pattern emerging of these women who didn't grow up thinking that it was purely a man's world. Now, Catherine was extremely active in the field, and her husband was already a fellow of the Society. And this could have influenced the way that she was represented in her proposal form, and may also have affected the outcome, meaning that she was not elected to become a fellow. Some of the other women who were not elected the first time round were re-proposed and were elected the second time round. And we see this in the record as a second blue paper proposal form being submitted at a later date. Catherine, however, was not re-proposed and so was never elected as a fellow. Now, in this project, we're recording even if women do not advance within the Society after being proposed as fellows, their candidacy has been recorded, and so they are still a person of significance to have even been considered in the first place. This graph shows the number of women proposed and how many of those were elected as fellows. And we've not yet checked whether the women who were not elected prior to 1950 were proposed again after 1950 and then elected. So as we can see, the numbers are slowly increasing, not only in terms of fellows, but in terms of the numbers of women being elected. There were 4 women who were proposed by the council to become fellows in 1920. 2 of them were elected within the calendar year of 1920. One of them withdrew her proposal, and the final one was elected, but not until 1921. And so we know from working with the blue papers that there can be a delay between when a woman was proposed and when the election, her election to fellow took place. So in total, 95 women were proposed as candidates for election between 1920 and 1950. 85 of them were elected, and 4 of those 85 were not elected the first time round. In this next graph, we can see the number of women fellows elected compared to the number of men, roughly every 5 years from 1921 to 1950. And as we can see that though the numbers are increasing, they're still incredibly low in comparison to the number of men fellows. And that's something that we hadn't actually appreciated within the project until we made this graph. And now to move on to our last example. Joan Duplat Taylor. The date of Joan's proposition for fellowship falls very close to the end of our study, which ends in 1950. She was proposed and elected in 1945 when she was 39 years old. Now, Joan was one of the first maritime archaeologists, which I found very exciting because I'm a maritime archaeologist by training. She led projects both in the British Isles and also abroad, as well as being the assistant curator of the Cyprus Museum from 1931 to 1939. Joan was also the librarian of the Institute of Archaeology, a post that she held for 30 years from 1940. By the time Joan was proposed, there were a number of other women fellows, and so her blue paper differs from our previous two examples because Joan was proposed by a woman fellow, Kathleen Mary Kenyon. And one of the really notable things I found whilst inputting each blue paper is that once a woman is elected as a fellow, she is immediately supporting the new proposals of other new women candidates. Joan was supported by 4 women and 3 men on her blue paper. And all 4 of the women supporting her had links to the Institute of Archaeology. And so we see again this idea of networks of support coming through. Now, as I mentioned previously, the information included in each blue paper is often a snapshot of the work that a woman is involved in at that time. Joan was proposed in 1945, and the month of her proposition was almost the end of the Second World War. And she's also listed as working for the Ministry of Information. And this is indicative of something that we're considering to include in the project as instances of work during the war. Both of the world wars had a large impact on women's role in the workforce. And this role also changed when the men came back. And so we're planning now to look at and investigate this change in more detail. After the war, Joan continued to make significant contributions to the field of maritime archaeology. In 1960, she co-directed the very renowned excavation at Cape Gelidonia in Turkey with George Bass. She was instrumental in establishing the Council for Nautical Archaeology in 1964 and was also a founder editor of the Journal of Nautical Archaeology, which is still a highly respected journal today. And so through these examples, we get an idea of the kind of information that we're able to gain from the blue papers, as well as the rest of the SAL archive. And so not only are we adding to each individual profile, but we're continuously adding to our database. And these numbers were, as of the 7th of October, we had 1,949 entries overall, 484 women and 77 linked institutions. But these numbers are constantly increasing as we dive further and deeper into the study. So please do check out our website and database to have a look at more of the women and more of the profiles. Please also do feel free to get in touch and to ask any questions. And thank you very much for listening.
Thanks to both of you. That's really fascinating. It's amazing how those blue papers can lead into a much broader sort of social history of how these things put together in terms of the history of society. Are there any questions or comments from the audience?
Sorry, I tend to boom anyway, so I don't know if you could. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry, Zoom. Yeah, my question concerns whether you feel that there might be a candidate or two to receive fellowship posthumously, whether that is a possibility. I myself went to Kelmscott Manor yesterday, and the women involved in Kelmscott Manor seemed to be an integral part to that living legacy. And I just wondered if, I don't know, I don't want to gainsay the procedures at this august society, but do you feel that there is room for that? And who would you nominate, given your intimate research with these women, these historic women? Thank you.
Wow, that is a question.
Sorry, Zoom. It's really hard to pick favorites, partly because we don't know so much about a lot of the women in our database. So it's easy then to grab for someone who's really has a lot of information about them, but obviously that makes them really notable already. So maybe my nomination is Miss Smith. I don't know.
I agree. It's very easy to go, oh, well, we know how much this particular woman did, therefore she should be. I don't think I could choose one, if I'm honest. Probably Catherine, because she was so involved, but still didn't get her recognition. So, yeah.
I'd be interested to know, and I don't know whether you've got this data, of whether the proportion of women who have been blackballed and not getting elected differs from the proportion of men at the time.
Ah, that's it. We don't have that data, sadly. That would be a much larger project. I think.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting for all sorts of reasons. And I'm thinking about the Society of Antiquaries and the extent to which it is or is not an archaeological society. Were all the women in this period being elected on the basis of their archaeological contributions, or were there women who were, I mean, how many women were archaeology and how many were other areas of antiquarianism? And my second question is, given that it's a fairly small sample, it would be quite interesting to map all their educational backgrounds just to see the educational trajectory that gets you into the Society of Antiquaries. And then I suppose then it becomes a slightly different project about women's education, but how do women become antiquaries is it's such a really big question, which I'd love to know more about.
Yes, those are two really important questions. And I will try to remember the first one is about what disciplines women are coming from. Disciplines, I would say that there are more archaeologists than any other discipline, but there are quite a number of historians. There's some folklorists. There are some art historians. I think there's an artist. There's also a dentist who was a folklorist. But I think, archaeology does play quite a heavy role. We haven't done a sort of hard and fast disciplinary divide, partly because it's very hard to do that in this period. So people, especially given the first women who were elected coming into the society in 1920, were already well into their careers, if I can put it like that. And they might not have stayed with one subject. So Catherine Esdale, who Amandeep talked about, started out as a classicist. I mean, that's where she got her training, was in classics, and then she moved into sort of art history. So it's not necessarily that easy to put people into disciplinary silos. And in fact, that's something we're trying not to do. So we haven't described anyone who goes into our database as whatever, an archaeologist, or what we're trying to do is list where we find work represented. We're listing that, and you guys as the as the sort of visual users of our database can make a decision about what fields you think they fit into most. But coming to your second question, one of the things we are trying to do is track educational data. It's more difficult to do that for people who aren't educated at Oxford and Cambridge, because Oxford and Cambridge, because it's a much smaller number, they have produced very handily registers of their old students with like a little biography of when they came into the school, what school they went to within the university, or what college rather they went to within the university, often their parents' names. I mean, it's like really rich. If anyone goes to any institution that's outside of Oxford and Cambridge, it's much, much more difficult. So it would be quite interesting to know what the proportion of Oxford and Cambridge women are. I can tell you that it's, probably significant. Partly that's to do with networks, again, but also it's to do with the fact that those women are probably more able to continue in the field in a much more long-standing way than maybe other women would. And then we have to bear in mind that women who get married, like they might start off doing stuff, they get married and maybe they don't do stuff as much. But having said that, we have a load of women who were married and continue to work and so on. And then there's also women who don't bother to get degrees at the end. I'm not talking about the fact that Cambridge and Oxford didn't award degrees to women until very late. I'm talking about the women who went to places like the University of London, took loads and loads and loads of classes and never got a degree. So we're trying to make all of those distinctions within our database. So education is a very complicated question, I guess is my answer.
Thank you very much. We better move on, but it's an exciting area in this, which you have a long seminar.
I didn't let Ellen Beef answer any questions. I'm sorry. You have to find us later and we can talk more.
We now move on to another AHRC funded project. Thomas Matthew Burma has been working on a project that's not unknown to me.
I'm just gonna, okay, put my memory stick on. Oh, no, that's my teaching. I don't. Okay, hi, I'm volume. I'm Thomas, and I'm the postdoctoral research associate on the Roman York beneath the streets. Oh, Rod, do you want me to start something? Stop sharing. Okay. Yes. Yeah. On the Roman York beneath the streets project, which I won't really be talking about too much today because I've gone kind of a bit rogue and a bit obsessive, looking through the Society of Antiquaries minute books from the 1720s through to the 1750s. And I looked at every single minute book entry across those years. But just briefly, the Roman York Beneath the Streets project attempts to bring together all antiquarian sources or archaeological records, whether that be excavations, whether it be small find data, plus some ground penetrating radar work that is happening both this year and next in York to provide a more comprehensive history of the Roman city of York over about 500, 600 years. As part of that, I've been tracing the life and times, really, of an individual called Francis Drake. Not the Francis Drake, the sort of 16th century pirate, but Francis Drake, the 18th century antiquarian. And it is in the minute books of the society that I've gained a better sense of both him as a scholar, but also of the study of Roman Britain in that crucial early 18th century period. Just briefly on Francis Drake's contribution before a kind of potted biography of him. He's most famous for his 1736, it's I think over there, huge book on Eboracum, or the history and antiquities of the city of York, which brings together all, at that point, known records relating to sort of Roman and medieval finds within the city, and pairing that with manuscripts and the history of the church in the city of York, etc., etc. It is, of course, extremely important to our project, of course, Roman York Beneath the Streets, but it is also a splendidly valuable resource in its own right, because although not a model for urban histories that kind of proliferated through the 18th century, it is kind of a leading light amongst them. It is incredibly exhaustive and has enjoyed a very great posthumous reputation. Francis Drake was born in Pontefract in 1696, and he was apprenticed as a surgeon in York at the age of 16. He became master of that practice at the age of 21 when his master himself died. And by the early 1730, he was trying to solicit people in York to support his writing of a history of York. 2 years later, in 1732, through the agency of William Bower, who you can see also here, the printer and publisher, he's calling for subscriptions, London, and then in 1736, he publishes his kind of magnum opus. And he, although not a very prominent member of the Society of Antiquaries, he is a kind of really nice typecase for the rank and file in this early to mid 18th century. And we can learn a lot about these kinds of almost professional antiquarians, people who had jobs and couldn't always enjoy, say, the luxury of landed estates, and yet were interested in history and archaeology nonetheless. Just quickly, I want to introduce again 3 other figures. William Stukeley, see here, whose portrait is just over there. The Earl of Burlington, Burlington House, and then the brothers Gale, Roger and Samuel. This is Roger, Samuel looks almost the same. And all of these people are incredibly important for Francis Drake's kind of academic trajectory, and are all part of his academic network. But they are all also interrelated in their own ways, as you can see in the minute books of the Society. So Stukeley and Burlington come together in the early 1730s to dig together at Lincoln. The Gale brothers are related by marriage to William Stukeley and are themselves have some kind of connection to York itself because their father was Dean of York Minster. Okay, so these are all kinds of very well-connected individuals, and then Drake is a kind of rung beneath that, and it is through the minute books that we can kind of get a greater sense of his career. Just to introduce them, and we've seen some examples previously. This is the entry for the 7th of July, 1736. And you can see Vice President Gale is in the chair. Samuel Gale, his brother, is also present. Drake is over here. And then we've got Mr. George Vertu, who's the Society's engraver at this time, who's also present. We're going to be seeing some of his work in a second. But this is just to give you a sense of what the Society has online. It's an amazing digital resource. You can download it, you can manipulate it, as we saw earlier, but without it, you can't really trace the way in which certain things are being presented to the Society. So you can see in this particular entry, Roger Gale, who was a noted Roman numismatist, is bringing this medal that was never published to the Society, and he's showing it off. And then Mr. Martin Folks, who became a kind of controversial president of the society later in the 1740s, bringing a plaster bust to show off to the society. So they're showing things off, they're exhibiting them, and then they are trying to elicit a reaction and create a conversation. Just in terms of, and I want to deal with this very quickly, just in terms of the history of research into Roman remains in this period, and then kind of contextualizing also the society. This is a bust that appears in Drake's Eboracum volume. It is an engraving done by George Vertu, and it is of a bust in the collection of Roger Gale. I have no idea where this bust now is. If anyone's seen it, please catch me at the end. But as you can see, this engraving was done. The bust itself was found in the early 1700s in York, and it came into Roger Gale's hands, and then he had an engraving done of it, and he presented that engraving to society. I believe the engraving is just there. And to kind of parody research into Roman remains at that time, it was very much through a classical source lens, through Latin and ancient Greek texts. So this is exhibited to the society as Lucretia, as a bust of Lucretia. Lucretia, as we know from Livy, the assault of Lucretia by one of the last of the Tarquins forms or helps trigger the Roman Republic. So they are identifying Roman remains through what they know about through their own readings of Roman history. And there is a real feeling throughout Britain at this time that research into Roman remains in Britain should be very much front and center of the national agenda, to create a story or a mirror image of their present age for the great statesmen and soldiers, so that they can understand themselves through comparison with the past. And then just briefly, this has been said, you can characterize the society, which only in 1751 got its charter, in two ways. You can say it's a tavern society. Yes, it was nomadic round the city of London, but its main base really in this period was the Mitre Tavern, up to back flights of stairs where you were served a pint of wine at every meeting. But it was also a society that's central focus was in the collection and then dissemination of prints. So prints like the Lucretia were being given to the society and presented to them so that they could then be disseminated. There wasn't a very good way of doing that. The society wasn't very good at doing that, but at least it was collecting these resources together to better understand Roman remains in this period. I think it's also important to say that the membership in this period was quite fractious, and sometimes the meetings were very, very poorly attended. So Alexander Gordon, who you can see named here, who's secretary during the 1730s, sometimes he attends meetings alone in the Mitre Tavern, just so he can collect his secretary's fee. So it's not as if it's a kind of real, always the beating heart of antiquarian research. Just in terms, though, of Drake's contribution, as we can see them through the Society's minute books. So Drake is proposed as a member in February 1735. And in the March to April sessions in 1735, we find a series of discussions about this engraving, which then later appears in his 1736 Eboracum volume, and which he's obviously had done prior to that point. And he's showing it off to the society. He wants to, he effectively wants them to buy it off him, as we will later see. But he is showing how his research has added to the understanding of the Roman period in York. So it's of the roads and stations in Roman Yorkshire. And the North was the hot topic in the 1720s and 1730s, as we can see through these minute books. There are entries after entries after entries which describe finds being made in what is now Cumbria and Northumberland. And Drake is kind of opening up, through his contribution to the society, another area of the North for better understanding and better comprehension. Drake is also using, and Martin said this a little bit at the beginning, he's using the society as a sounding board for his ideas and for some of the objects that he is exhibiting. So he presents on the 26th of June, 1735, 2 gems from York, one of which later ends up in the Eboracum volume. Again, I have no idea where this is now. And which is of a bit of classical mythology. There's Pegasus, there's Bellerophon, there's the Chimera being slain. And Roger Gale, who's in the chair, responds to Drake and tells him, oh, it's actually quite like this other gem that I was reading about the other day. But then the society comes together and says, oh, but the other gem that you've shown us, Drake, that's Tudor. And that doesn't end up then in the 1736 Eboracum volume, which is a real shame because from its description, it sounds very much Roman. And we have no image of it surviving. And you can kind of see that process of communication happening even after Drake has left London at the end of 1736 with Eboracum published into the early 1750s, where he's telling the society by letter of the latest finds. And he draws it, and that drawing ends up in the society's minute books. He gives a transcription of this inscription, and then he translates it. And he asks for the society's opinion on his transcription and his translation. And it's all very, very kind of interesting in its own way, in terms of his own direct correspondence with the society. But you can also see a kind of reaction to Drake's work, which is that from the middle part of the 1730s onwards, York comes into the society's kind of ken or agenda. So Roger Gale, of course, has his own connections, as I previously said, to York, but it is in 1740 that he communicates a letter through his brother to the society about this finding of this wonderful statue base to the deified Britannia that is found in York in the early, in 1740, maybe late 1739. And this is the best drawing that we now have of this lost statue base. So it's really significant in of its own right. And you can see in the early 1740s, York and Yorkshire being increasingly, although sporadically still, but increasingly mentioned in the society's minutes. What I've also come to realize, though, is that the minute books are not only a tremendous resource because they show you who's present and what is being exhibited, but they also show you who's nominating who, as we just saw in the last presentation, which is really interesting because it allows you to build these senses of academic network. And Drake is proposed as a member by Samuel Gale, the treasurer of the society, and Francis Peck. Samuel Gale and Francis Drake are both Freemasons together, and Francis Peck is a kind of fellow interested interested person in kind of small urban histories. He writes an urban history of Stamford and comes himself from a more northerly region of England, in this case from Lincolnshire. But you also get the sense of who is patronizing Drake and who is kind of leading or helping his research. So you see him increasingly mentioning the Earl of Burlington, his kind of design work, his architecture in York on the 6th of May, 1736. And then over a decade later, Drake sends a letter to the Society saying the Earl of Burlington has been doing some great archaeological work up on the Yorkshire wolds. And that is really, that's really nice to see that kind of academic network. But it is also, there's something quite tragic also a little bit about this, which is to say that Drake really never breaks out of his sphere. In 1735 and 1736, when he's most active with the Society, he's always presenting things to do with York. He never really has a kind of another mode, another way of exciting the fellowship at the time. And indeed, he otherwise just appears as quite a quiet member. He only nominates one other individual to be a fellow of the Society, and that is William Bower, who published his book. So you can kind of see that he's constrained by who he knows. And he's constrained in another way, as I'll show you in a second. The minute books only show you so much, though. And during this time, there was a kind of rivalry in terms of membership and competition between the Royal Society and the Society of Antiquaries. And in the 1740s, Drake goes quiet. You don't really hear about him in the minute books. And that's because when he does come to communicate with the London-based kind of intellectual, he's doing so through the Royal Society, where William Stukeley in the later 1740s is much more active. So in 1749, this wonderful bas-relief or woodcut of a bas-relief that was found in early 1749 in York is published by the Royal Society, but is never mentioned in the minute books of the Society of Antiquaries, just because it doesn't seem like Drake has those connections anymore to the Society. Roger Gale had died in 1744, Samuel Gale had retired, Stukeley was uninterested in the Society. So again, you get that sense of a person limited by their connections. You also, though, get a sense of him as being someone who couldn't ever break beyond a certain position. So in 1737, there is a minute book entry where Drake is communicating by letter to the Society, and they forget what his first name is. They make a mistake and they have to cross it out. So he's not obviously, within their he's not one of their focal points. And indeed, in 1755, as this minute book entry shows, they've accidentally casually omitted him from the list of members. They had forgotten that he was a member, a corresponding member. And I was thinking about this, and I was thinking, well, how could they have forgotten? How could they have forgotten? Because Bower is still, the person who was nominated by Drake is still active in the Society. And then I was reading the only kind of short biography or hagiography that we have of Drake, which is a very one-sided view of him. And you get a sense of a man who's also has considerable financial constraints on him throughout his lifetime as a scholar. So in 1737, when his name is forgotten, it's because he's communicating with the society for the payment of 10 guineas that he needed to present that engraving of the Roman roads and stations of Yorkshire that were owed to him by the society. In 1743, he's seen to be in arrears, and there's a very close vote that debates whether he should be allowed to remain a member. And then again, a decade on, in 1753, when possibly they've forgotten about him, but possibly he's given leave to attend, that's the quotation, leave to attend the society's meetings. And that's possibly because, again, he's in arrears. And on the 22nd of January, after a bit of a fight, 1756, you can see that his name is struck through in the minute books, ordered to be struck off the list of members because he wasn't paying his annual subscription fee. And that kind of gives you a sense of someone who is maybe not in the first rank, although we might now, he enjoys a tremendous posthumous reputation, but in the first rank of scholars at that time, and how they are viewed and interacted with across their kind of association with the society. But we should also remember that it was during the 1750s, when the society gets its royal charter, that there is a kind of great impetus to professionalize the society. You start seeing things in the minute books about statutes and stipulations and so on and so forth. So they start cracking down on their membership. And Drake, who is a corresponding member, who isn't really in London, and who is very much involved in his own local way with a very kind of small section of the country, just doesn't really fit in with the new drive of the sort of mid-18th century society. So thank you. I just wanted to introduce you to how you can use the minute books to navigate someone's own academic biography. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And on the table over towards the door at this end, we have got a copy of the great 1736 volume on liberation. Absolutely fantastic volume. Do have a look at it. Are there any questions or comments on Thomas's presentation? It complements very nicely the previous presentation, and it illustrates what a wonderful resource the minute books are now that they are accessible in this way.
Yes, thank you again to the team that did that. It's an incredible resource, absolutely incredible. Should I just say the question again for the Zoom audience?
I mean, if you're going down for Drake, rabbit hole, there is interesting correspondence between him and Littleton in the British Library. And I mean, the fact that he's in debtor's jail in 1736 has quite a significant impact on his ability to communicate. So
Yes, yes, I'm omitted to say this amongst his other financial difficulties. He's in jail, in debtor's prison, because he's yeah. It's said to be a case of mistaken identity, or it's a mistake that he ends up in jail. And certainly the Earl of Burlington is the one who liberates him. But it shows again that kind of, he was not able himself to pay that fine and get out. And he needed to rely on others to help him out. I haven't myself looked at that correspondence yet. I've been just trying to get a sense of what his contribution was to the society, and how that contribution changed during his limited span within it.
Hello. I just wondered how much, because you had a couple of examples of things that were present associated with Drake that are no longer around. And I
Yeah.
just wondered if you had a sense of like what the proportions of things that are represented in the minute books are still extant. I mean, how does that make sense?
So in terms of what Drake directly communicates to the society, in terms of the Roman period stuff, rather than he has a whole other, he's very into seals at one point, and possibly his only real major impact to the society is that they form a working group to look into the Duchy of Lancaster's seals in 1736, after he presents so many of them to the society. But in terms of Roman period remains that he himself presents, I would say, about 5 or 6, and we know definitely about the whereabouts of 2 of them. And that's not too surprising in terms of all of the material that he publishes in his 1736 Eboracum, the urns and some of the other finds from both Roman and medieval York. Not a lot, not all of them. We don't really know all of the whereabouts of all of them.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Again, there's a lot of interesting material there that I think tied in with other things that we'll touch on. Our next contribution.
Sorry, just trying to check.
Our next contribution is one that relates to, again, the collections of the Society and the Henry VIII inventory, which is a project that has long been developed and underway in the Society. And it's a great pleasure to welcome Hilary to talk about the textiles, Tudor textiles in those inventories.
Brilliant. Lovely, thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the Society for inviting me to speak to you this afternoon. My name is Hilary Lynn, and I'm Head of Exhibitions for the National Museums of Wales and Trustee for the Royal School of Needlework, based at Hampton Court Palace, and formerly Curator of the Royal Ceremonial Dress Collection for Historic Royal Palaces, and that's the independent charity that looks after Hampton Court, the Tower of London, and Kensington Palace, amongst others. It was in my capacity as curator for HRP that I wrote 2 books for Yale University Press on the subject of Tudor fashion and Tudor textiles. And the reason I'm here today is that the Society's transcript of the 1547 inventory was pivotal to that work. So the writing of these books was inspired by a number of factors. As a curator at HRP, it was one of my jobs to tell the stories of the palaces and their people in a way that inspired visitors and transported them to the past. Part of my job was to advise on the role of textiles within the Tudor palaces, and my aim was to communicate the primacy of textiles and dress within the decorative context of the court and within the courtiers' understanding of royalty and magnificence. In recent years, textiles have come to the fore in a number of projects undertaken by HRP, notably research into Tudor tents and temporary lodgings by my then colleague Alden Gregory, and the representation of apartments within the palace, and also, of course,
the celebrations to mark the 500th anniversary of the Field of Cloth of Gold, which were to take place in 2020, sadly cancelled by the pandemic, as were so many things. Also in late 2019, over 1,000 hours of painstaking conservation work on the Bacton altar cloth was completed, and the cloth went on public display at Hampton Court Palace, curated by myself, and it was contextualised for the first time as an item of circa 1600 elite court textiles, alongside contemporary portraiture, herbals, embroidery pattern books and embroidery slips. And as an aside, the first documented record of the Bacton altar cloth was a note in the Society's minutes, as it was brought here from Bacton for a show and tell, as Martin mentioned this morning. So the thesis of these publications was to look at elite fashion and textiles at the Tudor court, from the accession of Henry VII in 1485 to the death of Elizabeth I in 1603, and also the legacy of Tudor textiles into the early Stuart period, to analyse their role and meaning within the demonstration of wealth and power at the royal court and within a broader European societal context. In summary, textiles were really, really important, but why? And what did that illustrate and mean for court life? In fact, my work aims to establish textiles and fashion as one of the most important, if not arguably the most important indicator of status within Tudor society. I argue that they have been overlooked in this capacity because they simply don't survive in the same way as architecture or fine or decorative art. One might now look at a Holbein and rightly see the magnificence of the Tudor court projected through it, but for the Tudors themselves, paintings were secondary to the highly prized textiles that adorned their bodies and decorated their spaces. In fact, if we look at the painting here, the percentage of the portrait taken up with capturing textiles is extraordinary, and they're much the star of the show as Henry stands. And in fact, I've been looking around at these portraits today, and you can say the same absolutely of that incredible Hans Heworth portrait of Mary I. I'm trying to estimate the amount of textiles on show there. It's just her hands and her face, and a little bit of paneling that is not a textile right there. So, textiles, I argue, were the preeminent form of decorative art in Tudor England. Tapestries and textiles were worth considerably more than portraits. One tapestry alone was worth 50 times as much as Hans Holbein's annual salary. When Henry VIII died, his inventory showed over 2,000 tapestries and only 200 paintings. Tapestries were the star of the show. This image shows the Great Hall at Hampton Court Palace, still decorated with the Abraham tapestries commissioned by Henry in 1540 and worth more than a fully equipped war galleon. Indeed, the inventory taken for the Commonwealth sale of 1649 listed these tapestries as the most costly item within the royal collection because of the quantity of precious gold and silver thread, silks, and of course, highly skilled labour that went into it. As an aside, for those who are curious, cloth of gold is actually made with gold bullion beaten into a very thin foil and cut into strips, then woven on the loom with silk. And gold or silver thread was made by wrapping the same thin foil around a silk core thread. So you can start to imagine just creating the material itself was a skilled and laborious task. The painting here shows the Field of Cloth of Gold, the meeting between King Henry VIII and his French counterpart, King Francis I in 1520, 500 years ago. The meeting took place just outside Calais and was a 2-week festival of chivalry designed to cement the peace treaty between England and France. Each king brought an entourage of around 6,000, and courtiers and officials were dressed in the finest cloth of gold and silks. The encampments were constructed of tents woven from cloth of gold and hung with golden tapestries and hangings, from which, of course, the event took its name. When Henry and his delegation arrived, King Francis and the French at first thought they had been deceived and that the English intended war because their clothes glinted so much with gold and silver that they mistook it for armor. So quite frankly, the quantity of expensive fabric here is mind-boggling. Francis's tent was as large and high as the White Tower at the Tower of London and made from blue silk and cloth of gold. Similarly staggering is the cost. The cost of just 15 meters of cloth of gold was equivalent to 10 years' pay for a very skilled craftsman. Or basically, the cost of one outfit of cloth of gold is equivalent to a substantial house. So the sheer quantity of textiles on display at the royal court demonstrated wealth beyond the reach of the average person, or indeed most members of the nobility as well. It demonstrated the unimaginable power of the crown. And of course, this is one of the primary reasons for their importance. The intrinsic value of fine textiles placed them out of the reach of most ordinary subjects. Sumptuary laws protected and codified the use of certain fabrics and colours to certain strata of society. And of course, they were highly practical and decorative because when the court moved en masse every few weeks, as it did, the ability to roll up a tapestry or silk hanging and transport it by a cart to the next residence was very useful. Now, this is coupled with the idea of magnificence. This idea was made fashionable by the Burgundian Chevalier de la Toison d'Or, which was hugely influential on the fashions and tastes of the early Tudor court. This idea was further promoted by writers and painters such as the Burgundian court painter Jan van Eyck. And in summary, this idea, or belief, in fact, was that outward magnificence was inner virtue made tangible, i.e., the more magnificent the attire, the more worthy the prince. I suppose you are what you wear. The Tudors certainly took pains to convey this magnificence. And it's also really interesting to note that in times of political turmoil or strife, their expenditure on clothing actually went up considerably. However, I said that the role of textiles had been overlooked in the interpretation of historic spaces by and large, and that holds true. Apart from notable exceptions like the Abraham tapestries, very few examples of Tudor royal dress and textiles actually survive. The number of times that I had to respond to an inquiry to say, I'm sorry, you can't come and see the wardrobe of Anne Boleyn or the clothes of Elizabeth I because they just don't exist, was past counting. The tangible evidence of their magnificence is gone. And there are a number of reasons for that. First up, we have the Stuarts, who succeeded the Tudors. And we know from the inventories that a number of items from the wardrobe of Elizabeth I made their way into the inventories of Queen Anne of Denmark, being consort to James I. Here, Anne is sporting a number of fine jewels that match quite neatly descriptions of jewels owned by Elizabeth. So she had a number of jeweled crossbows and quite recognizable and idiosyncratic little jewels that were symbols of Tudor symbols of martial loyalty. So we can surmise reuse by the Stuarts. And of course, the 17th century also witnessed significant turbulence and upheaval in the Civil War that had a dramatic effect on textiles and dress as well. The Commonwealth Sale of 1649 saw the sale of the king's goods and property, including ceremonial robes and textiles. And we know from the records of that sale that a significant amount of regalia was bought by a goldsmith, so presumably burnt to retrieve the melted gold and silver bullion from the metal threads and embellishments. And if they survived that intact, they had to contend with the Great Fire of London in 1666. This image shows in white the area of the city destroyed by the fire. And at that time, the offices and stores of the great wardrobe of robes and beds was situated within it, just to the southwest of St. Paul's there. However, the prime suspects in the disappearance of Tudor textiles and dress must be the Tudors themselves. At the time, gift-giving was considered a virtue in a prince, and so gifts were often made in the form of textiles or, to show particular favour, of royal clothing itself. We know from the late great Janet Arnold's work on Elizabeth I's day book, kept as fastidiously by the ladies of the bedchamber, it gifts of clothing or accessories were frequent. To paraphrase Arnold, she shed baubles like a perambulating Christmas tree. And so those gifts became treasured possessions of courtiers or ambassadors, handed down or reused because of their intrinsic value, their provenance lost until it became nothing more than a family legend. The Tudor wardrobe might yet survive in fragments as cushion covers or upholstery in stately homes up and down the country. So, in the absence of the extant material culture, I took an interdisciplinary approach to researching and presenting the story of Tudor fashion and textiles. The warrants of the great wardrobes, the digitized archives, archaeology, paintings, effigies, and experimental history all became important sources. Here is a dashing late Tudor couple, Mark Wallace and Louise Baldock here from Past Pleasures, one of the world's foremost historical costumed interpretation companies, are here dressed in their immaculately researched and recreated finery for my book Tudor Fashion. Experimental histories such as these amazing costumes are another invaluable tool to researching the past. Past Pleasures would always research their costumes and source as close to original fabrics and materials as possible. And this kind of result is a fantastic way to get a sense of how historic figures moved, sat, and felt wearing these clothes. It's amazing how wearing these clothes gives you a real sense of their posture, for example, and these interpreters reporting that the sway and the size of the skirt causes them to move in a certain way, to go through a door a certain way, and to position their hands in front of them rather than to the side. A vital source, of course, was also the royal inventories, including the inventory of Henry VIII's goods taken in 1547 after his death. As the catalogue entry states, the inventory provides a window into the possessions and the world of a Renaissance prince. It's a detailed list of his clothes, furs, interior textiles, including carpets, cushions, and hangings. And the document covers almost 18,000 entries in total, and was so large it needed to be bound in 2 volumes. You may have noticed the 2 large volumes that were in the library upstairs for us earlier. That was them. The first volume was sold at auction in 1790 to this society's treasurer, John Topham, with the avowed intention of publication. In addition to the Society's manuscript, which is MS 129, the other manuscripts of the inventory are a duplicate copy of the British Library and British Library Harley MS 1419. The duplicate was used in the Tower of London after the inventory was compiled to note any changes to the royal collections and contains later annotations. These manuscripts were edited and published in full by this society in 1998. The published transcription allotted each item an index number to facilitate further study, and the team of editors provided a thematic index, generic headings in alphabetical order. Thank you very much. The transcription of the inventory by this society has been invaluable, as has the analysis of it by Thomas Campbell, Maria Hayward, Donald King, Santina Levy, David Mitchell, and Lisa Monas, the accompanying book of essays, The Inventory of Henry VIII Textiles and Dress, with chapters analysed by material and techniques such as tapestry, lace, carpets, etc. The research presented in other monographs by some of the same authors has also contributed significantly to the story told in my books. These monographs are sometimes categorized by materials, such as Thomas Campbell's books on tapestry, or by reign, including the seminal Queen Elizabeth's Wardrobe Unlocked by Janet Arnold from 1988, with transcriptions of the Stowe and Folger inventories of Elizabeth's possessions taken in 1600 and now held at the British Library and the Folger Shakespeare Library in Washington, DC, respectively. And also we see here Dress at the Court of Henry VIII by Maria Hayward. I would argue it's the very importance of textiles and dress to the display of Tudor magnificence and the complexity of their construction, dissemination, and usage that's the very reason why the subject has so often been covered in separate categories, such as tapestry, embroidery, or velvets, or contextualized within the reign of one monarch rather than across the Tudor period. But my work attempted a survey of the subject as a whole to provide a holistic, interpretive narrative of the period and a comparative study of changing textile and dress fashions at the royal court. My methodology was, as I've said, interdisciplinary, drawing on the work of a number of academics and conservators and curators and all of the other sources I've mentioned. Serving as a really important foundation was an ambition to study and interpret the inventories, to hopefully find patterns and make new connections. What does the 1547 inventory tell us then about Henry VIII? Well, it gives us a glimpse of a king who spent lavishly on displays of chivalric and martial prowess, a man who loved hunting, jousting, and sports. So far, so reassuringly Henry. But it also paints a really rich picture of how it might have looked, of the boldness and the pageantry, and the lengths to which the court went to decorate everywhere and everything textiles. The inventory lists spectacular hangings of embroidered silk. Many feature bold colours panelled together, richly embroidered with the royal arms. These include, and I quote, a hanging of purple and crimson tissue, paned together, embroidered together with the borders of the king's arms and badges, and lined with buckram, containing 67 panels, each panel being in depth 4 yards, quarter, and 1 nail. The inventory lists numerous sets of these incredibly long hangings at the Tower, described, and I quote again, as 13 pieces of crimson and blue damask paned together, embroidered as well with the arms of England and Spain jointly, as also with the letters H and K knit together. There are hundreds of meters of these panelled textiles, and their length suggests that they were intended to cover huge areas, such as temporary structures or encampments, or the long galleries of a joust, but also those areas of procession and progress. They are heraldic pageantry at its most simple but effective. The bold livery colours of the Tudors, their arms and ciphers in the richest textiles imaginable. They were portable, colourful, and hugely impactful. Even in this slide, you can see the cost that went into these hangings, with gold inserts of the tents made with Italian crimson cloth of gold velvet. As important as tents and heraldic banners were, as important as they were in the communication of magnificence, it was tapestry that provided the most significant source of figurative subject matter at the Tudor court. The inventory detailed almost 2,500 tapestries and wall hangings. Hampton Court Palace was the most sumptuously furnished of all Henry's residences, containing 430 tapestries, 120 of which were cloths of arras. So that's tapestries woven with gold or silver. Arras was so named for the town at the centre of production of these tapestries in the Low Countries, and it spoke of the highest quality materials and skilled workmanship, gold and silver rather than wool. One of the most important outcomes of the transcription and study of the inventory was the full academic understanding of how numerous the collection of tapestries was, detailed not as tapestries but as arras. So the ability to see the extent of the arras collection provided a new illumination into the collection as a whole. A significant number of these tapestries were inherited directly from Cardinal Wolsey, inherited in situ with the gift of Hampton Court to the king to placate him. However, the arras commissioned by Henry for himself offers a more interesting insight into the man. Textiles were portable displays of magnificence, but also of symbolism, projecting messages that were easily understood by the Tudor eye. It's clear that the story of King David resonated with Henry. He ordered a set depicting David's story to take to the field of cloth of gold, and another gold woven set of 10 panels delivered by the merchant Sir Richard Gresham. In all things, David enacts God's will, apart from an affair with Bathsheba. And as a result of this sin, David's firstborn son by Bathsheba dies. At around the time this tapestry was being commissioned, Henry had begun to question whether his marriage to Catherine of Aragon would produce a male heir. The panels still hang in the Great Hall at Hampton Court Palace are the Abraham tapestries. The panels contain a breathtaking amount of gold, which is now oxidized, so it appears grey. Those panels depict the lives of Abraham and Isaac, showing God's covenant being passed from father to son. A clear parallel for the royal succession and Henry's joy at the birth of his son and heir, Edward, in 1537. They are still, as I said, among the most valuable items in the royal collection. We can extrapolate from the inventory that Henry projected himself as divinely ordained in public and saw himself as a romantic hero of mythology in private. For another set of tapestries commissioned by Henry in the early 1530s depicts the story of the Trojan hero Aeneas. Aeneas is bound to marry the Carthaginian queen Dido, but the gods persuade him that he must leave her in order to fulfill his destiny. The idea of Henry as the hero who must cast aside his wife as the result of divine intervention must have been a powerful narrative for the Tudor king, and also a powerful piece of propaganda for the assembled court, especially a court that was well versed in heroic and classical illusions. 5 panels of this set, made of woven wool with silk and gold and silver threads, still hang at Hampton Court. The relatively smaller dimensions of these panels suggest that they were probably intended for private rooms of the palace, for Henry and his confidants or senior courtiers, rather than the assembled court. In all things, textiles provided comfort and luxury. Books were covered or wrapped in luxurious silks and velvets and often embroidered. Other items were decorated, revealing the private pursuits and pastimes of the Tudors. Tennis rackets featured embroidered handles, flutes and recorders were kept in velvet cases, as were quivers for arrows, one of which was described as being of green and white velvet embroidered with the king's arms in gold. Within the 1547 inventory, small items that make up a sewing kit are recorded, including threads, needles, scissors, thimbles, and some loose seed pearls. Now, curiously, these were not the equipment of the wardrobe staff, but their itemized royal possessions. And samplers too are recorded within those possessions and are evidence of the training and embroidery skills that royal and noble women learned and practiced as a genteel pastime at court. Could they have belonged to one of Henry's wives, or maybe his daughters, maybe kept by him for sentimental reasons, or maybe forgotten about amongst other items? Some items were kept in very prominent places, supporting the idea of an emotional attachment. For example, small boxes containing an infant's gold-fringed taffeta swaddling band and other small children's clothes were itemized in Henry's private study, next to his bedchamber at Whitehall Palace. We cannot know by whom these items were worn. One might assume that they belonged to his longed-for son and heir, Edward, but as well as Mary, Elizabeth, and Edward, Henry fathered an illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy, and also a son by Catherine of Aragon, who died in early infancy in the early years of Henry's reign. How different Henry's reign would have been if that first son, Henry, Duke of Cornwall, for whom the jousts featured in this Westminster tournament roll, had not died in February 1511 at less than 2 months old. Here is close-up of that tournament roll, attending the jousts, but still, I think, convalescing probably after giving birth. So the inventories make one thing clear. The Tudors must have been absolutely enveloped in fine textiles. From the tapestries and hangings listed above to the velvet book covers and gorgeous book bindings, the floors too were covered in textiles. Interestingly, while Henry's taste was still rather martial in tone, another's taste was a little more cosmopolitan. Cardinal Thomas Wolsey started building Hampton Court in 1515 and was decorating it in a style befitting a Renaissance prince, with the finest tapestries from the Low Countries, but he was also busy importing hundreds and hundreds of carpets from the East. In the inventories, they are referred to as Turkey carpets, after one of the places they were being made, and they were indeed coming from Anatolia, but also from Persia and Egypt. And of course, they were probably made as Islamic prayer rugs. They are also known as Venice carpets for the port through which they travelled. Wolsey asked the Venetian ambassador for a few carpets, and the records show that the Venetian ambassador recommended giving them to Wolsey as a gift. Such was his influence at the Tudor court at that point. About 200 carpets were listed in Hampton Court Palace, most of which Henry inherited from Wolsey. Carpets were generally not for floors, apart from under the feet of the very top dais. They generally adorned tables or windowsills. The inventory also gives us a glimpse into the Tudors' private chambers. The inventory of the king's goods at Hampton Court offers us information about the rich bed furnishings. A bed that once belonged to Anne Boleyn was listed as one bedstead carved with the late Queen Anne's ciphers. It comprised a cellier, tester, valances, and 3 lower valances of needlework in silk and gold, also showing Anne's ciphers and fringed with Venice gold. The cellier, tester, and bases were lined with yellow sarsenets, and upon the cellier and tester was one great roundel bordered about the king's arms and the said Queen Anne's arms. There were also valances of red silk trimmed with Venice gold, curtains of green damask, fringed on both sides with Venice gold, a quilt of cloth of gold, embroidered all over with Anne's ciphers, and applique of green and crimson velvet, and a great embroidered roundel featuring the arms of the king. For warmth, there was a piece of fustian filled with down, and 4 quilts of fine linen filled with wool. Now, in my opinion, this is the moment, and these moments in particular, is where the inventory comes into its own, because projected through portraiture and outward appearance is the red silk and cloth of gold. Only in the pages of a bureaucratic document, such as the inventory, could you divine the quilts of linen filled with wool for warmth. The fuller picture is accessible to us because of details like this. The more human side, perhaps, behind the man behind the myth of his making, and of course ours in subsequent years. There are, of course, very many more details that I could share with you about the fantastic glimpses into the history offered by the inventory. It is, as we've seen, the works of papers, monographs, essays. But I hope this talk has provided a glimpse into the importance of the inventory, and also how transcription makes the content of those inventories accessible and available. And to that end, I'd like to draw to a close with this photo. This is me putting the finishing touches to my book, Tudor Fashion. I have my then 3-year-old daughter on my lap, and what you can't see is that I'm also heavily pregnant with my son. Writing and editing was, as you can see, interspersed with regular Play-Doh breaks. Now, quite simply, transcription and digitization made it possible for me to research and write my books. It's a vital way of encouraging inclusion and engagement, and of breaking down barriers that prevent access and study of historic documents, collections, and archives. So I would like to thank the Society and the fellows involved in the Henry VIII project for making it possible for me to engage with the inventory in this way. Your work was a key enabler of my own contributions, humble contributions. And I'm sure that's the case for many other researchers, curators, students, enabling greater understanding and dissemination of knowledge that reaches other academics, heritage and museum professionals, and ultimately, of course, the wider public and the next generation of historians. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lily. What a feast of colour and fantastic material those textiles. And I also very much like the link going back to antiquaries in the 18th century acquiring this document, it being curated, looked after, but now made available. Great. Fantastic. Are there any questions or comments?
Thank you so much for that. That was fascinating. I just have a brief 2-part question on the gifting of textiles and the altar cloth. Is that I was thinking of medieval comparisons of benefactors making gifts of textiles or precious stones to churches and stating their sort of intention. And I wondered if there was more that we know about how that worked in this case, but also whether the inventory or other records reveal the gifting of textiles, whether we see things coming in to Henry or going out through that written evidence.
We do. Yeah, thank you. That's a really good question. Thankfully, the Tudors were really bureaucratic and kept a lot of very detailed receipts in and out. So in addition to these massive inventories, there are also the day books, which record the regular gifting of clothes or textiles and to whom. There's also the wardrobes of the warrants of the Great Wardrobe, which record all the purchases of silks into what was essentially the sort of, the great warehouse, an artisanal centre of production of these clothes. So we do have a really good record. Also, of course, the New Year's gifts rolls. So gifts made to members of the royal family on New Year's Day, and interestingly, you see with Elizabeth I, lots of gifts of embroidery from her female courtiers, which I think is a really interesting avenue to pursue. So yes, I think what's difficult is then when those clothes then kind of go outside of that court system, and then that's when the provenance is lost. Then it becomes just family legend in a way. And so there are lots of things that are said to have been worn by Elizabeth I or Henry VIII, and we don't have necessarily the receipts to kind of the provenance to show it all the way down the line.
Thanks. It just occurred to me that we've come across a reference to textiles being exhibited at the society, which were relevant to, I can't remember who it was, but there's definitely women who are presenting historic textiles at the Society of Antiquaries we've got in our database. And the name escapes me, but it might be of interest.
Yes, that would be. Yeah, I'd love to know more. Thank you.
Can we thank?
Sorry, it's not actually a question. You mentioned the Elizabethan gift rolls, and I just want to say that we do actually have one here in the society. I think it's from 1578 because they're fairly dispersed around different collections. But again, a transcript was published in 2013. So if you're interested, you can find the transcript of all of the Elizabethan gift rolls.
Was that the one done by Janet Arnold?
Yes, yeah.
So if we can thank you.
Thank you.
Referring to something that was said on the tour earlier, talking about research grants, one of our larger benefactions for research came from Janet Arnold. So we do have a fund that's specific for work on textiles, so people are interested. I'm going to hand over to Rowie, who's going to, I think, sum things up for us and stimulate some discussion. Rowie's a vice president of the society and, as introduced earlier, Professor Lester.
Thank you very much, and thank you everybody for really interesting papers. I mean, I've been coming to the Society of Antiquaries since 1990, I think, when I was doing my DPhil many years ago on the very recondite subject of the writing of urban histories in 18th century England, which is why I share Thomas's Drake obsession. But I've learned a lot today about what the society has. I mean, I tend to have a bit of a 18th century myopia. So it's been really interesting for me, and I hope it's been interesting, equally interesting for everybody else here. And I think what it's really brought, well, there's several things that have really come out for me. The first is the society is a place where lots of collections. I mean, we've got an amazing range of manuscripts, artifacts, paintings, etc. So that's extraordinary of itself. And the fact that it's a completely ad hoc collection, it's no collection strategy. And that leads on to what, to my mind, is the more interesting part of what the society is, that it's this palimpsest of how we have thought about the past historically from the 18th century, early 18th century, when the first collections started to be made. Because what the society has are the manuscripts, the objects, the paintings that people have thought were important at different stages of a society's history. And we can see the way in which, in particular, the British past has been constructed, and very much due to the Society of Antiquaries, and the way in which what we know today is often a result of decisions taken by the antiquaries of the 18th and the 19th century, because it's what they chose to preserve, what they chose to publish, which is what has survived. And so our sources today have been shaped by the decisions of the antiquaries in the past. And what it also, what it always brings home to me when I come to look at what the society has, is its role in discipline formation, that a mere antiquary is a rugged being, said Samuel Johnson. I mean, I don't think we're particularly rugged, but we're not as dull and pedantic as people tend to think we are. And I could do a whole talk on how the antiquary became, but I think the interesting thing is that antiquaries were completely omnivorous in their approach to the past. And Thomas showed that image of the Roman altar from the Royal Society, which strictly presented the Royal Society, not to the Society of Antiquaries. He'd got pissed off with the Society of Antiquaries, or the ants got pissed off with him. I think the feeling was mutual. He did come back in the 1750s, but at that point, he had gone all hoity-toity off to the Royal Society. And they were interested in antiquities, quite a lot of important essays on Roman antiquities in the Philosophical Transactions. But equally, you get chemical analyses in the papers of archaeologia. So there's that kind of disciplinary eclecticism. But there's also, the antiquaries were, they're the originators of so many of our modern disciplines, which, and the antiquaries' contribution has been sidelined, really. If you want to look at the origins of social history, the origins of economic history, the origins of art history, the origins of architectural history, this is all in the Antiquaries and Society of Antiquaries. So John Topham bought the inventory of Henry VIII, and he had intended to publish it because he realized that it was a really, really valuable document. It wasn't just that he wanted something old, but he realized that it was an illustration of what in the 18th century people called the manners and customs of the time. Now we've expanded manners and customs into a whole variety of different disciplines, into anthropology, history of fashion, history of food, history of gardening, whatever. But for the 18th century, the history of manners and customs was something that antiquaries thought was particularly important. And it's what, as they said, the historian relegates to the bottom of the page, to the end of a chapter, but for the antiquaries, it was first and foremost. And so the first history of fashion is by Joseph Strutt, another antiquary who started life as an engraver, and he became fascinated because people like Michael Lort, Richard Gough were asking him to copy manuscripts in the British Library. And he realized that he could construct a history of costume through looking at manuscripts. And he realized that this is a fascinating index to manners and customs, into practices like hunting, into practices like sport, into practices like dining. And so these histories emerge out of antiquarian practice. And because they're published by antiquaries and published in minor sort of journals in the 19th century, they've been overlooked by the historians who write history, who tend to focus on people who identify themselves as historians. So I think, and this is one of the great strengths of the Society of Antiquaries, that its collection really does reflect the way in which our approaches to the past have been shaped, and the multiplicity of different approaches. And as Martin rightly said, the Society went through a period, particularly in the mid-20th century, when it was basically an archaeological talking shop, which did a lot of important work, but it's somewhat limited its image. But really the strength of society isn't so much archaeology now, because archaeology is so expensive, you need more money than the Society of Antiquaries can possibly provide. But what it can offer is a really holistic approach to the past, which is something I think we need to make, well, we're trying to make much more of, and I hope today's talks have convinced people of that. And I think the other thing is the sheer chronological range of what the society covers. So whether you're interested in Neolithic
archaeology, interested in Stonehenge. Obviously, the society has got a huge amount of important work relating to that. But as Amara's work has shown, the society's records are also hugely important in terms of the development of disciplines in the 20th century, professionalization, the role of women in professions, these kinds of questions which we can extract from the extraordinary records. Not many societies have things like the blue papers, which enable us to reconstruct some of those networks of knowledge, networks of support, networks of patronage, which have underpinned the emergence of the academic life and professional archaeology, particularly in the 20th century. So I think that those are the main things that came out for me from today's talks, but this is supposed to be a discussion, not an opportunity for me to witter on. I mean, I can witter on about 18th century antiquarians to your captive audience, but I think it's time for other people to respond to what they've heard, and whether it's they've learned something which is useful for their own research or got further questions or further comments. And we'd love to hear from you. And do we have a facility for questions for people attending remotely or contributions? Great. So if anybody attending remotely wants to make an observation, we'd love to hear from you as well. Martin.
I'm very interested, going back to an earlier paper in networks, and both Amara and Thomas have brought out sort of the networks. And you rightly say the blue papers provide a really strong resource. I just wondered whether the visitor books and the attendance books also do, because we still have the tradition, not always as well respected as it should be, of people signing in when they attend meetings and their guests. And I wonder whether there's any work being done on that. Amara's probably the best person to.
That's a really good question. I love a good visitor's book. It's an amazing resource. We have in our site visitors books. The problem with visitors books is that we're not quite sure how we record that, because that would be quite labor intensive. And also this goes with the blue paper signatures as well. If you're signing your name in a visitor's book, you're not really thinking about legibility. And that's really a problem for us. I mean, the printed lists of fellows that the society holds has been incredibly helpful in helping us to decipher some illegible signatures, but that is a problem with visitors' books. So it's worth bearing that in mind, I suppose. Yeah.
Hi, I was really struck by your graph, the one that had men and women's admissions to the society over 5-year periods. Do we know anything about how women were responding to that incredibly challenging, I suppose, environment at this time in the 1920s to 1950s?
I think the quick answer is no. The maybe more fulsome answer would be there were lots of other opportunities beyond the society for women to do things. So the society wasn't the be all and end all of women being able to engage in a sort of scholarly sector, shall I say. So I think one of the things that this project has perhaps helped to clarify is that we have to view the society within the context of all the other learned societies, as you showed in your paper. you have to view the Society of Antiquaries in the 18th century alongside the Royal Society. But I think the other archives that we're looking into here at the Society of Antiquaries help to illuminate the vast quantity of historical archaeological societies and field clubs that existed in the 19th and 20th century and still exist, some of them today. So I suppose that those societies are often admitting women as members far earlier than the Society of Antiquaries is. So yeah, so I think we have to acknowledge that there are other ways for them to be visible that are outside of the society.
Thanks. I just thought it might be worth drawing a connection between what we've been hearing about in terms of the history of the society and antiquary activity and the society's work today. And I suppose one thing that I could have mentioned or should have mentioned when I was talking about the project that I've been running funded by the society is the difference it makes in being able to employ postdoctoral researchers. So the majority of that funding went on hiring a specialist in Latin and paleography who was straight out of their PhD, and it's a sort of equivalent of 5 weeks of full-time work that provides a very, very important opportunity for, it's almost sort of apprenticeship training in craft and working in a big project team, and then it leads on to all sorts of opportunities. So I thought it would be worth sort of highlighting that as an important part of these kind of funding opportunities that the society offers now, but also, I suppose, asking the question in medieval history, we're very interested in capturing the stories of women who were working in the 19th, 20th century as well, but they often get lost as research assistants, yeah. And their names aren't recorded. So I'm not sure whether I quite have a question as a result of that, or whether, whether those sorts of stories are being caught now, or those records are caught now.
Well, certainly for the 18th century, there are a lot of female unpaid research assistants, including some of Stukely's female relatives. And the most notorious example, I think, is Maurice Johnson of the Spalding Gentlemen's Society, who made his daughters keep the minutes and illustrate the minutes. And he had about 13 children, which is the main reason why this Gentlemen's Society of Spalding survived, because he just made the children write papers every week. It's a family dynasty. And certainly for the 18th century, women are on the margin all the time. You get this stray reference to a daughter having recorded things or a wife assisted at an excavation. And I think there are 1 or 2 papers by women, Countess of Moira, Mrs. Catherine Hyde. But these are really unusual. But one doesn't know what women were contributing, which goes completely unvoiced because of the conventions of the day. And I think the good thing about the 19th century is that this starts to become more visible, and you start having, well, the kinds of meetings of the RAI or the BAA, they talk about all the women who are present and the women at the ladies' evening. It starts to become so much more easy to detect the women, and there are far more women who are publishing as well. If you think of all the female historians, Agnes Strickland, etc., and then particularly towards the later 19th century, disciplines like economic and social history, women are starting to do rather better in, because they're not, well, they're closer to antiquarianism. They don't have the prestige of traditional history, and women edge their way in these more ancillary disciplines. Well, I'm not really, I'm an 18th century. I mean, is that what you're finding, Amara? Yeah.
Yeah, we have a number of women. We do have research assistant as a job title in our database. We are quite cautious about applying job titles unless we know that that's what the person was actually doing. We tend to use more something a bit more vague to cover certain things, or we don't give them a job title at all, but we acknowledge it in other ways. but I would say the Royal Historical Society also plays quite a sort of hefty role, especially for history, obviously. But it's, like I said, it's worth bearing in mind that subject-specific societies often include lots of other disciplines as well. So really, I think if you're interested in the history of anyone, not just women, anyone who's doing historical research, it's worth looking at across like a lot of different societies, because you never know. And also the British Association, which I think is called the British Science Association now. Yeah, so what used to be the British Association for the Advancement of Science, they had a section H, which was anthropology, but that basically included lots of things. Like it had history, it had folklore, it had, you know, ethnography, archaeology. So
manners and customs.
Yeah.
Thank you. My question, oh, that's loud, goes right the way back to Sophie at the beginning, because it's a question that occurred to me kind of as we moved on. And it was to wonder how you balance the kind of public and private aspects of, and the kind of historical and present aspects of doing a project which is like so key to like the national interest, but also is still owned by one guy, and whether, and also obviously that means you have to get permission from the king or from the council who administrates the state. And I wondered what impact that had on your project then, switching over from the Queen to the King. And I just wanted to ask about, yeah, like the practicalities of that and how that works. And I guess maybe then open that up to you guys as a royal society as well.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, we're lucky at Lancaster, where we have a very close working relationship with the Duchy. We have a regional heritage centre, which is very interested in just sort of excavating the region's history, sort of back to the Roman era, and doing lots of sort of public heritage days. And the Duchy is a sponsor of that centre. So we work with them a lot. So when we came and said we would like to do this project on the early history of the Duchy of Lancaster, they were very supportive and helped to sort of see that project through in its early stages. And we held a sort of a pilot workshop where they were part of that as well. In terms at our end of what happened when the succession took place, almost nothing apart from changing the names on things. So, but I say that so far because we don't quite know what implications that will have. One question for the Duchy is sort of the investment in its estates and where its priorities might change. For instance, it might decide that it's going to put more money into this region or to that region, or more money into historic properties, or more money into farming, or more money into research on its history. And that is the sort of thing we don't quite know yet. So yes.
This is a question from Maura Cross. To what extent do you solicit or use crowdsourced or user-generated research? The National Records of Scotland and other repositories don't always take advantage of the findings of those who use their archives. In the absence of funded cataloguing projects, it's a pity that so much is just consigned to grey literature or rejected as not being generated by an official academic project.
I don't know who's equipped to answer that one. Are you, Martin? I'm not.
There seems to be two issues there. One is in terms of the crowdsourcing. That's something we haven't done as a society. Certainly something I wouldn't rule out, and there has been some success nationally in doing that. Though there is an administrative overhead in doing that, and one of the issues that we as a society have to use our resources quite carefully. We're not poor, but we're not flush with money, and staff time is one of our things that sort of we're most short of, if you like. The other, I wasn't quite sure what the question was getting at in terms of privileging material that is sort of properly produced rather than sort of grey literature and so forth. That I don't think a problem for us. Any information we have, I think we treat equally in our archives and collections. And as we saw in the presentations this morning, quite a lot of our historic collections are things that people treated as ephemera in the past, and because they were collected here, we now only have the only copies of them. So I think our attitude to collecting is, if it's historically valuable, then we're interested in it.
Not necessarily even historically valuable.
A question about the power of materiality. And I noticed there's a cushion on the table, and I'm hoping you'll tell me that it was something to do with the display of objects. I'm not sure how far that goes back. And I'm also struck by two things. One that in universities has been much talk over the last few years about the material turn. But what you've just said makes me realize that this is perhaps a material return, a return to materiality and the power of it. And something that Thomas said about objects being shown in the 18th century, and that a response was elicited. So I just wondered if you could say a little bit more about the sort of, performance is the wrong word, but the way that these objects were displayed or shown or presented, and the spark that created, that could be cross-disciplinary, but also perhaps also inspiring the arts and a wider field of culture as well.
Gosh, that's a big question, and well, to start off with the cushion. I don't know much about the cushion. Do you, Martin? Sorry, making you stand up again.
In our ordinary meetings on Thursday, the president sits in the high chair that is pushed back behind the screen at home, with the mace on the cushion in front, and it's the mace that cushion takes to. And if you're into the materiality of ceremonial, when people are admitted as fellows, the president holds the mace on his or her shoulder as he shakes hands with them and reads the magic word. So and that's I think that's a genuine continuity
rather than an invented tradition. Yes,
I believe so.
Yeah.
But in terms of the way things were displayed, if you look at, there's a very nice cartoon upstairs of a meeting in Somerset House, and the library table upstairs is the table that ran down the centre of the room, and people gathered around the table, and the objects were
laid out on the table,
placed on the table and handed round and talked about.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we don't know what people said in the meetings, because the minutes don't record that, and even in correspondence they don't go in. It wasn't the convention of the 18th century to express those kinds of sentiments. So you just say, X showed us a pig of lead that he had dug up in his back garden, and so you've no idea what they thought of that pig of lead, except that it was in Samuel Pegg's back garden. I think one of the interesting things is the engravings that they commission of so many of the objects. You could say that this just reflects the artist's engagement with the object, but the fact that they commissioned some of the best engravers, like the Vizier family, to produce these extraordinary engravings. And we saw the one of the helmet found in Richester. it's more beautiful than the helmet itself. It's absolutely stunning. And the materiality of it is so powerfully evoked. So they had a very keen eye for the material object, and particularly, and also similarly architectural draftsmanship. But under Richard Gough in particular, he tried to, well, he employed Bezier and also Carter, and particularly reacting against the kind of draftsmen, topographical draftsmen who were too much influenced by the picturesque, because they wanted something that was accurate and scientific, because these are things, historical evidence, and by recording the building, you're preserving it. So the early preservation movement wasn't about physical preservation, it was about preserving its image. So this is why there's such an emphasis right from the start of the society on producing images of what they're looking at, because that's the best means of preservation, that they're aware of. There isn't a museum culture. So how do you preserve it? You create an engraving of it, and that way the image of it at least. So accuracy, I mean, obviously, what is accuracy? But as they, for them, accuracy was important.
I've often wondered the extent to which that tradition of very precise engraving and very accurate drawing is actually a part of
it's a part of knowing.
It's
yeah.
part of knowing,
yeah.
But it's also, to what extent is that a creation of the activities of antiquaries, and to what extent is it something that is pre-existing?
Well, yes, I think they give a stimulus to it, but I mean, but also where are they coming from? I mean, William Stukely was a physician, so I mean, the case has been made that the reason why he's so interested in the strata of Roman roads was that he's used to dissecting bodies. And so thinking about the strata of the human body, and that same accuracy of representation you'll find in all the medical handbooks. And I mean, they're things of beauty. When you get this collision of both in something like Furnham's Crania Britannica, it's an antiquarian physician who's depicting the skulls that are excavated in the first half of the 19th century, and extraordinarily beautiful.
Thank you. This is sort of a broad question, which I hope maybe a few people from the panel today can help me answer, because why I came here today is that actually my sort of research is more to do with the first Society of Antiquaries, founded by William Camden and Robert Cotton, and then in 1586 or 96, and then it got disbanded in 1614. And I've been very much looking at William Camden's History of Elizabeth, but by kind of looking at his biography, you really see that he saw himself first and foremost as an antiquarian. And there was this massive ideological sort of difference between history and antiquarianism back then. And he kind of always felt like he had to defend himself for being part of this like lower form of like schooling of antiquity. And I guess just hearing everyone's talks about, you know, what, for example, Amara and Amadine's project of maybe not giving a specific title to, you know, a research assistant archaeologist. I was just curious, what happens to this term of like, what does antiquarian actually like come to stand for? Is it a proud title as the society goes on, or is it still, does it have these sort of slightly, you know, yeah, I'm just curious about that evolution, because that could really help me with my project. So I don't know who can answer that, but thank you.
Well, in the 18th century, it's a double-edged. So there are people who are very dismissive of the antiquaries, but then there are people who are very proud of being an antiquary and wouldn't be embarrassed to call themselves an antiquary. So the people who are dismissive are people like Horace Walpole, but he was a fellow of Society of Antiquaries, but he just got irritated by some of their wilder fancies, and they were ridiculed in Samuel Foote's play, which I can't remember which play it was, but anyway, and he just thought, this, and so he disassociates himself. And so there is a sense in which the antiquaries were ridiculed. There's a famous engraving of the antiquaries looking into Boadicea's chamber pot, you know, as if this is terribly funny, that the scatology of the 18th century. I mean, they did look at medieval chamber pots, and they actually thought this was actually very important in terms of the development of civilization and the provision for sanitary arrangements. So, you know, you can find quite a lot on it in things like Thomas Wright's History of Domesticity. But anyway, but I think one of the key things is the development of archaeology as a field of study. And this is something that people use the word archaeology in the 18th century, but that just really means to study the past. It doesn't mean archaeological science. So you can have an archaeology of Cornwall, which is about its language. But increasingly in the 19th century, archaeology is about digging things up and looking at them. And they're trying to elevate it to scientific status. And so there's this very clear rhetoric, which you find amongst the Fellows of Society of Antiquaries, who's saying, we're not like those 18th century people who just were credulous and dug everything up, and it was all a bit of a mishmash, and they weren't being scientific about it. We are being modern and scientific, and we are archaeologists. So there was this attempt to elevate archaeology, and antiquary became much more associated with being credulous, associated with being amateur, unsystematic, just omnivorous collecting. And this isn't helped by the popularity of novels like Walter Scott's Antiquary. And the 19th century has got quite a lot of figures who are antiquarian-like and are figures of ridicule. So it carries on. And then as disciplines become professionalized, they're historians or archaeologists. But a lot of the county societies are historical and antiquarian, or archaeological and antiquarian. They're much more eclectic in their terminology.
Thank you. It's just reminded me of something that I was doing yesterday. I was augmenting the entry for Lady Radford, who was a fellow of the Society of Antiquaries, but also the mother of a fellow of the Society of Antiquaries and the aunt of a fellow of the Society of Antiquaries. She had 4 children, and on her Wikipedia page, which lists her 4 children, she was a sort of big, very active member of the Devonshire Association in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. And it describes all of her 4 children in completely different ways, even though it's clear that they were all doing archaeology or some sort of associated research. And one of her daughters is described as an amateur archaeologist, and another one is described as an antiquarian, and then another one is described in some other way. So it's just a really interesting, it's a really interesting kind of indication that this term is still used to describe people who are existing in a certain time period, even though this is the time period when there were archaeologists who were like paid and stuff, but there are also other archaeologists who are not paid. And so it's all very, that's why we haven't made any attempts to define anything, because it's very difficult to do that. And you don't want to put people in pigeonholes. I mean, that our project is about not doing that. So yeah.
Hi, this is kind of geared towards more the collection people, if there's anyone left.
Becky.
Maybe, yes. So I kind of come from a more museum perspective, and I understand like the society is a bit of a different kind of, your role is a bit more different, but a lot of today has been about kind of digitizing your collections, making sure it's accessible for researchers, but are you working on things to make it more accessible? So kind of to engage with the public who might not know you exist, might not know you have this big collection. Like, are you doing anything to do that, or is that not really in your remit? And yeah, I'm just interested.
Yes, I'll do my best, although I feel this is more of a kind of broader team question, and perhaps also for Annabelle and Rebecca, who do our events program, because that's exactly why we have events like this, and also previous early careers research conferences have also focused on specific items from our collections. I think the last one we had before the pandemic, we had a PhD student who gave a paper on one of our unique maritime atlases from the 17th century, and most of the papers on that day were focused on items for our collection. And now we have these kind of hybrid events where people can watch online and they can watch on YouTube. So we have a much broader audience than we did before. And during the pandemic, we also recorded a series of videos. You've already seen Kat's one today, but we all did one for different areas of the collection. And these are really to showcase a lot of our special collections to a much wider audience on YouTube. And of course, anyone can view it on there. And of course, Martin already mentioned that we've just launched our affiliate scheme. So anyone with an interest in history, antiquities, all the areas that we cover can come and join up as an affiliate member. We're really keen to encourage students as well to come and use the collections to try and broaden access. And of course, we also do welcome visits from external members of the public who can make an appointment to come and use our collections. So we have quite a lot of projects on the go. If you follow Salon, which is our public newsletter, you might have seen our huge roll chronicle, which was the star of a video with Michael Wood. So it's a 40-foot 15th century chronicle made under Henry IV, and it is absolutely amazing. But because of its size, of course, we just can't get it out if somebody wants to come and see it, because it weighs an absolute ton and 40 feet, and we don't even have a room where we could show it. So it's really exciting that we managed to fundraise enough money to have that entire roll digitized, and it's going off to be digitized this month. And then with those images, we'll be uploading them to our collections catalogue. And I think the team doing the analysis are also going to be doing transcripts of the text as well, and looking at all kinds of other things to do with the role. So it's projects like that, which is great because we're engaging different organisations. And then, of course, the output is that we have this amazing digitised resource that anyone can access from home. And I think that's really, really important with collections, which are just not readily accessible because of their size. Or in the case of the early minute books, some of them are not in a great condition. I know these are items that are hundreds of years old, the bindings are deteriorating, and obviously actually the more, although we want to increase access to the collections, the more these things are handled, the more dangerous it is from a preservation point of view because the condition is deteriorating. So if we can provide online access, really high quality images, then that's a great way to engage researchers who wouldn't otherwise be able to come in and look at the collections themselves.
And I would add, that's very explanation of what we're doing. We have, as has been mentioned earlier in the day, we have Kelmscott Manor, which we opened to the public. We've just had a big National Heritage Lottery funded project on opening up Kelmscott and presenting it in new ways, which we see as a very important sort of way of communicating with a much broader public. And without getting into a huge sort of story about issues that we're having with our lease here, our ambition is to do the same with Burlington House, but we're not yet in a position to fundraise and invest in that until we've resolved our dispute with His Majesty's government on our lease, which yes, is there still a government? We've lost chance of the Exchequer today. But we have an ambition. We're working hard to make things more open and to move ourselves away from something a place that people walk past thinking that's some sort of gentleman's club to somewhere where people know that we've got wonderful collections and are aspiring to come in and look at them and use them. Annabelle.
Another question from Zoom. How much of the collection is digitized and available for online viewing?
Gosh, this is a very, very difficult question, and it's because our collection is divided into so many different aspects. As you've heard today, we've got the library and the archive and the museum, and I think about 5,000 records were available in collections index in the old museum catalogue, I should say, but that was before we migrated it into the new platform. And I know that both Kate in the museum and Kat in the archives have been working really hard to digitise lots of material since we got that new platform. So we do have quite a lot more, certainly more material than we had before. We're quite well into digitising the minute books, and I think we've done about the first 80 to 90 years so far. So we've certainly been making a good start on the archive. There is obviously, as Kate said earlier, there's a lot of work to be done in the museum catalogue, particularly due to the nature of the object records we have, which are very kind of sporadic. And then in terms of the library collection, it's probably only a fairly small proportion of those works that have been digitised. But of course, it would be completely impossible for us to digitise every single antiquarian book we have. And of course, many of those books, modern collection would still be in copyright, and we wouldn't be able to do that work. But certainly thanks to our kind of schemes like Adopt a Manuscript, where fellows very generously offered to pay for digitisation, we are certainly getting through quite a lot of our historic manuscripts collection and making those available online. So obviously there's still more to be done, and particularly prints and drawings is the one that's really lagging behind. But hopefully with these kind of different targeted projects, we're trying to make as much as we can with what we have available, I think.
We have got, well, not least Eberacum that Thomas is
Yeah.
talking about, and some other items.
Yeah.
I think we should have a look at Eberacum.
Yeah.
It is a very fine.
Perhaps, yeah, we'll finish the Zoom. Can I thank all of our speakers today? You've given us a really rich and exciting insight into the types of research that could be done in association with the society. We're very grateful to you for giving up time and speaking so eloquently and so excitedly about this material. So thank you very much indeed. And can I thank the staff who have made today possible, particularly the collections staff, Annabelle, Rebecca, who handled the Zoom, so forth. So can we just express our thanks? We can then look at the objects and talk informally with the participants.